What's happening, baby? Happening, any producers out there want to send us some music? What's this? This is not great. That's not good. That's called Into Space. This one's called Feeding the Ducks. Does this sound like Feeding the Ducks? Word? You're afraid of birds for real? Oh, you learn something new every day. Jesse's afraid of birds. All right then. Yeah, I can see why that would be problematic. Yeah, I can see why getting attacked by a seagull would be a problem. Oh man, this is a good question. Like all birds, just birds in general, just all of them. Yeah, Jesse's afraid of all birds. There it is. Yes, indeed. Your soft rock music station.
Yeah, if it flies in the air, I'm not rocking with it at all.
Okay.
I got attacked at SeaWorld one time by a seagull. My family one time brought in like this bird to take care of it, and then it was able to fly, and it just decided to chase me around the house one time.
Oh, that's
me and birds don't go together.
Yeah, I got you. I can see the problem there. I can see the problem for sure. Tyler, what's happening? I agree. I'll see if we can set that up. Chatty House discount, man. You guys are worth it. It's a good call right there. Who's going to the game tonight? Who is going to the game tonight? Coach Marley, what's happening? Dr. David Ramsey, usual crew. Fred Gonzalez, John Bull. Yes, indeed. I am quite sure everything will go accordingly, though I'm taking tomorrow off and letting Kenny do the show by himself if the Kings lose. I want no part of that. It's the biggest game in history, as we all know. Where is everybody? Where is the count solo? Twitch. Of course, it's Twitch. Oh, good. So wait, where'd you go? All right, on man. All right, there we go. Good stuff. Nah, James will be here in a little bit. I'm sure within the next 30 minutes or so, James will be here. He was hanging out with 50 Cent at Shoot Around, so he'll be with us shortly. Section 109. Let's go. Love it. Cool with the ostriches, though. All right. I mean, they don't fly. I mean, it's all right. It's true. Let's go, baby. We in here on this Wednesday, November 30th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
Acknowledge me!
And that's it for now. Casey's still off, scheduled to rejoin us tomorrow, though he didn't say this. I wonder if Kenny rejoining us tomorrow is dependent on the outcome of tonight's game. James Ham will join us here shortly. He was hanging out with 50 Cent and the Sacramento Kings at Shoot Around here. and he'll make his way into the studio as soon as he wraps up things there at the Golden One Center. Of course, the story of the day, the Sacramento Kings are in action, looking to snap a 3-game losing streak tonight at the Golden One Center. That's not the story. The story is their opponent. The story is the fact that they're taking on the Indiana Pacers. The story is this is a game that a lot of people had circled on their calendar. This is one a lot of NBA writers were waiting for because they wanted to hit the I told you so button. But we'll pause that for a second because there's been quite a bit written today. Anthony Slater, by the way, wrote about it yesterday. Anthony Slater and Sam Amick wrote about, they revisited the Haliburton-Sabonis trade and what it looks like now that a chunk of games have actually been played here during the season. So we'll talk to Anthony Slater coming up later on in the show, 2:20 to be exact. Anthony Slater will be with us. Will Z will be with us in about 20 minutes. He dropped his Pacers-Kings preview by the numbers over on ESPN 1320's website today. And then Brenden Nunes, he'll be with us in the final hour of the show, the go-home hour of the show, and he'll share his emotions on his buddy Tyrese Haliburton and Buddy Hield, as a matter of fact, returning to the Golden One Center tonight. But this is a trade a lot of people, obviously it was an incredibly polarizing trade for a number of reasons. Tyrese obviously showed star potential here in Sacramento, and it had people kind of feeling a certain way when he was traded. He's super likable. He was someone I think every Kings fan really did enjoy, really did like, and he showed his value to this team really, really early. Unfortunately, and you know how I feel about that. Unfortunately, at the time, the team was still coached by Luke Walton. I don't think Luke Walton is a good basketball coach. I think that hindered him. Unfortunately, the roster was still bad. You had Marvin Bagley in and out of the lineup. You had Buddy Hield a little bit more erratic. You had a coach in Luke Walton who couldn't maximize what Buddy Hield could do for you for a variety of different reasons, because part of maximizing Buddy Hield is minimizing his flaws or minimizing the impact of his flaws. And Luke couldn't do that. It appears Rick Carlisle has, because I think that Buddy Hield has had a really good start to the season. Far from as great as Tyrese has had. And I'm anxious to talk to James about this and Anthony Slater. I'm anxious to talk to you about it because I had this realization preparing for this game. It's almost a certainty that Tyrese Haliburton is going to be an all-star this year. He's leading the league in assists. He really is having an incredible season. The team, I think, and this is where expectations come into play. The Indiana Pacers' expectations were essentially nothing, tanking. The belief was the Indiana Pacers they're setting up for the future. Like, expect Miles Turner to be moved, expect Buddy Hield to be moved, expect that roster to be kind of blown up before the trade deadline, and them getting into the Victor Wembanyama, Scoot Henderson sweepstakes, and you're setting up your team for the long-term future right there. That might still be the case, but it might not. And the expectations for the Pacers were tanking. The expectations for the Pacers were to be bad. They're not bad. They're very, very good. And we welcome in our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham, here with us. James, fresh off, have a little toast with 50 Cent there after shoot around?
Yeah, he didn't come over and say hi to us. So
hi, James.
There was no hi, Fitty.
That'd have been great though.
Moment, yeah.
Oh, this got bad vibes written all over it. Someone's gonna blow up in the locker room, and 50 Cent's gonna come in to see everybody. Bad vibes. But we'll bring you right into the conversation, and then we'll get to your takeaways from shoot around and who you talk to and all of that stuff. Fair or foul? Tyrese Haliburton is going to be an all-star this year.
Oh, I think he's got a really, really good shot.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, I think there's a lot of things that go into play in that. The expectations for the Kings were a little bit different than the Pacers. For the Kings, it was, well, they did it. Like, you better be good. Like, you better figure this out. If you don't, no one's going to be surprised. If you do, well, you traded Tyrese Haliburton, you better have. So there's not really, there's not really a big plus for them in any of this. Like, it was only a big negative if this thing had gone south. but they are winning basketball games, and they're fun. And Domas is playing well. De'Aaron, for the most part, has played well. I know he hasn't been particularly great the last 3 games, but his season overall has been really, really good. Same with Domantas Sabonis. I wonder how that, because the narrative right now today is, hey, everybody won. All-Star game is still a couple of months away. Tyrese makes it, for argument's sake, and this is something we'll visit throughout the show. No one on the Kings does. I think that's going to create another narrative about this deal, and I think that's going to have some Kings fans feeling a certain way too.
Yeah, I think so. But at the same time, I'll say like the internal expectations for the Kings are playoffs. No one else has had that on the outside. Like if you look at where they came into the league, came into the season as far as like the betting line, like Vegas had them at like 32.5 wins. Most NBA experts have them as the 11th spot in the Western Conference. So sure, the expectations from internally are to get to the playoffs. The fan base is praying for a playoff run, but I think that there's like it's a narrative that's changing now for sure that this team could be a playoff team. But I think coming in, like regular basketball experts are like, yeah, we're still not sure. And I agree with you. The Kings basically hit the nitro on their build. They took a 22-year-old and traded it for a 25-year-old and tried to speed up the process, right? It has every potential to backfire if Sabonis leaves, but even if he doesn't, like I just don't know how you can really judge this thing negatively. I mean, it feels like it's going to be a split trade for a long time. And it's very possible that one of them makes an all-star team and one of them doesn't. And I think that fans will feel a certain way about it, but I'm really not sure that it means all that much. Both of these guys have potential to still be Hall of Famers in their careers. And, that's something that you don't typically, if you're a franchise like the Kings, you don't trade a guy with potential to be a Hall of Famer. But he didn't really show that here. He showed that he could be a really good player and a strong rotational player, but I don't think anyone thought all-star. I mean, maybe there are people who say, oh, I thought all-star, but getting into the Western Conference all-star team is like one of the most difficult things it's ever been.
Especially at that position.
Yeah, especially at the guard position. You're dealing with a whole group of Hall of Famers that get in just on their reputation. And so like it's very difficult. And I don't know that Tyrese would ever make an all-star team if he was in Sacramento, still by himself, like doing what he's doing in Indiana. It's that difficult. We'll have to see how it goes.
I wonder also, this is Jesse posed this question. I thought it was a great question. How long is this a thing? Is this like years? Because this is the first matchup and it's in Sacramento. So I think this game tonight is going to hold more water than the game later in the year that's in Indiana. But are we doing this again next year? In the year after? Like how long? Okay, 5 years ago, Sabonis and Haliburton, the deal that shook up 2 teams. Like, are we doing this for the next half decade?
When was Marvin Bagley drafted? 2018.
Yeah.
I saw.
Okay. All right.
I saw it last night on Twitter when Luka was, putting up a triple double, some crazy stat against the
41, 12, 12, and 4 steals.
Yeah, and people are like on my timeline on Twitter crying that he's not a Sacramento King.
Understandable.
Yeah,
I get that.
I think I saw something bleep Vlade.
Well.
So yes, the answer is we're going to keep doing this. We're going to keep doing it and doing it and doing it. And again, at this point, like if this is the type of player that he's going to be allowed to be, like that's who Haliburton is. If he's going to be a 19 and 12 guy or 20 and 10 guy at the point guard position, and he's going to rack up 6 or 7 all-star games and everything else, he's probably going to be a Hall of Famer, and fans are going to have to deal with that.
There's Chris Mannix wrote an article, an actually fair article on. I know. Believe it or not, Chris Mannix wrote a very balanced article on the Haliburton Sabonis deal, as did Anthony Slater and Sam Amick of The Athletic. Anthony Slater with us in the 2:00 hour. Both of those articles focused again on Tyrese and Domantas Sabonis and that deal. and the ramifications of that deal. Both of them referenced Marvin, Luka, and Vlade in the article.
I think you have to. Like, it's you know, it's the lineage of the Kings at this point. I'll say this.
And it's
like,
not even a distant lineage. It's like it's right there.
It is right there.
41, 12, 12, and 4 was last night.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't think Marvin had that kind of stat line.
I don't think he did.
No,
I didn't check, though, to be fair. I didn't check. I don't think that
he was on the injury report with a migraine. I know that. I don't know if he played or not. I think he did play. But yeah, I mean, these things, they stay with you. Like, Vlade will never get another general manager job in the NBA. And I don't think that that's questionable at this point. I'll say this, though, like Monte McNair, he's the one who not only drafted Tyrese, but who actually traded Tyrese as an asset. And, you know, I think he'll get plenty of jobs in the NBA. The job he's done to change the franchise around, to change all of the pieces outside of like 3 guys, has been pretty remarkable. Like what he's been able to do in such a short amount of time. And that's the same thing. Like even we at shoot around today, we talked to Domas, and he said something like, you know, someone asked him about, you know, if he like hung out with the guys or anything. And he did have dinner with some of the staff and some of the players last night from Indiana. But he's like, what are there, like 4 or 5 guys left total from the team he was on at midseason last year? Like most of that team is gone. And so that's just the NBA. Like the teams are flipping these rosters so fast now.
We're just getting started, man. James Ham, kind enough to join us here. The Kings take on the Pacers today. Will Z will join us. We'll preview this game by the numbers when we return. We'll look at some of the other things that happened in the NBA. Again, we're just getting started. Phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Boy, the Rams really... Goodness gracious. Aaron Donald's out. Matt Stafford's probably not practicing today. That team went south in hyperdrive.
Christine McVie died.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know who that is.
Fleetwood Mac.
She's the lead singer?
No, Stevie Nicks.
That's Stevie. That's what I thought. I'm not familiar. Not my bag.
Singer, songwriter, keyboardist.
Okay. That's
79 years old.
Oh, look at Will Z.
What's up, guys?
How you doing, man?
Good. I couldn't take more of that just blank background. So
no, it looks
up
great.
His game. There he is, up in his game.
Looks great.
Little by little.
I can't relate to the blank background. I don't know what you mean.
At least yours has texture, though. Mine was just blinds with one missing on the end. So
yeah. By the way, for those watching, I recognize, you know, I'm not wearing jeans, and I'm not wearing a fanny pack. I know this is very, very similar to the young rock look, but no. Hey, what is you all right in there? What's
Argentina scores one more than Mexico advances.
Oh,
it's 2-0. Oh my God.
Oh, okay.
No, it's good. Don't even put the screen on me. I'm going to be preoccupied.
Oh no, I'm believe me, the next time I see you react like you just did, I'm putting the screen back on.
Oh yeah.
Did you see that Ronaldo potential contract?
Yeah, I just saw.
Oh,
what was it? 390, 350?
It's $207 million a year for I think 2.5 years.
Man, soccer's different.
That's a lot of money. Well, no, he's going to Saudi Arabia.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's taking that blood money.
Boy, they.
Yeah.
Give us the eye roll? You mean the eyebrow? I think you meant the eyebrow. I'll ride with it. I practiced the eyebrow from like 97 to 98 to make sure I had it down.
You still got it?
Oh, I still got it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I could hit you with the people's eyebrow.
The people's eyebrow.
So I'm wearing I recognize that I'm wearing a suit. It's actually a 3-piece, but I didn't put the vest on. I was like, the vest is too formal. Now it's clear that I have the jacket off. I should have wore the vest because you guys are insufferable. Telling me I look like Young Rock. And I knew it as soon as I put my necklace on. I was like, oh boy. The chat's gonna The chat's gonna spot this one.
The best
a mile
part is
away.
he knew it and he didn't pull back.
No, it's like, hey, I'm not leaving
I know
the
it, I know
jacket
it.
on all day, but sometimes you just gotta let the chat live and take your medicine. So I'm on it. Oh man. How's that? Will, you said you're going tonight?
Yeah, we'll be there. Should be a crazy atmosphere, so looking forward to it.
Yeah.
It's one of those games that I circled early on.
Yep, you and everybody else.
I don't know.
Yep.
Is there still tickets? Because there were tickets available at some point.
Yeah, I was looking today, and it looks like there are, and surprisingly for not that much. I thought this would be a pricier game.
Yeah, they didn't flex it.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to sign into anything. I just want to see what the game looks like tonight. Kings Pacers. Oh man. Oh, there definitely are tickets available. Well, a lot of those are resale.
I didn't go.
Oh yeah, there are. Jeez.
I didn't go look at. I didn't go to Pacers shoot around because I wanted to get up here.
Thereafter?
Yeah, they went right after Domas went. Like everyone went over. There was a huge crowd. Like, yeah, they rolled pretty deep. The whatchamacallit media,
Pacers
media.
Bro, I know you're trying to get. I said what I said on social media, man. If you want to go to social media, go see it. But take that shit out of here. No one's interested in that right now because you don't want to hear what I have to say. This little poor woe is me white guy stuff. Shut the fuck up, man. Either be here for the show or roll out. Jason, and I got something to say to Jason Anderson today. So y'all, I got plenty to say to that dude. That was some bullshit, some absolute garbage. He should be fucking ashamed of himself for that. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. You James, say nothing. Will say nothing. That's my bad.
No, it's okay to be angry and like to be frustrated with it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Yep.
And it evolved throughout the day, like the piece did. So the original went up without, comments and yeah.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Man, they're pulling Di Maria awfully early. That's what they did last game, though.
You all right in there, Jesse? You good? Give me. Boy, this World Cup has people in shambles, man. Like Jesse's in there. He's having a tough time focusing on the show, and I guess we're a point away from someone making the. There's a lot going on here, man. I think you got the World Cup in front of you too.
I do have the World Cup in front of me.
All right.
We'll talk World Cup after Will. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that you'll talk World Cup after Will, and I'll learn. All I know is, hey, USA. They got the win yesterday and they moved along. Let's bring in our man Will Z. Preview by the numbers. Kings Pacers available on the ESPN 1320 website. No one dives into the numbers like our man Will Z does. Will, let's start here. You wrote about Sabonis and Malik Monk and how that pairing seems to be clicking so well. What did your deep dive tell you about those two?
Yeah, I wanted to start off the article with some Sabonis love because, like you've said before, in the trade, he always kind of gets like the forgotten man. So looked into some Sabonis and Monk numbers. A lot of people have talked about the Sabonis-Herter connection, but Sabonis and Monk, I thought, have been kind of building that connection over the last few games or so too. and it shows in the numbers. So over the last 5 games, Monk's shooting 60% on field goal attempts that are off of Sabonis passes, and that breaks down to 64% on 2-point attempts and 55 on 3-point attempts. So it's just nice to see that chemistry, not only with Sabonis and Herter, but Sabonis and other players, and gets me excited for where they'll be at the end of the season when they all have more time to play together.
Malik has just been such an incredible playmaker. I've said this to you yesterday, James. I did not know that aspect of his game was this strong.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that what we've seen from him, he's just taken over the second unit. It's not just, as a lead scorer. It reminds me a lot of like what we saw from young Lou Williams, from Jamal Crawford, where they were more than just scorers. They were able to get their teammates involved. And when you're as dynamic a scorer as he is, and you have free reign to do whatever it is that you want to do on that with that second unit, that you draw so much attention, and that's what's happening. He's drawing attention, and then he's getting guys like Chimezie Metu. You have to remember, he's not out there with, De'Aaron Fox and Keegan Murray and Harrison Barnes most of the time. He's not even out there with Sabonis the whole time. So he's got to create for guys who aren't starters, and that's different. And I think he's done a really good job of drawing so much attention to himself and then creating.
I think it's pretty amazing. So sorry, Will. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
No, you're good. I just wanted to point out that Monk's 4.3 assists off the bench are the 5th most of all bench players, with at least 5 games played. So like, he's leading the league in bench assists almost, up with Westbrook, John Wall, Poole, and Scotty Barnes. So I mean, those are certified passers.
That is not a bad list of guys right there at all. It's also amazing, and I think you touched on this in the preview today too, Will, is Sabonis got comfortable really, really quick. That was one thing I was a little concerned about heading into this year, is his time last year was so limited, particularly his time with De'Aaron Fox was so limited. And then, both guys get hurt. The offseason gets here. The roster essentially gets blown up. And it's like, okay, Sabonis, Fox, go out there and make magic together. And somehow, like De'Aaron, it's one thing to expect it from De'Aaron because of how long he's been here and how ingrained he is in the organization, even with the new crop of players. But for Sabonis, still kind of the new guy, he got comfortable really, really quickly.
Yeah, it's super impressive. And I think it speaks to the type of players that Monty's bringing in. Is just, we hear it a lot, the smart IQ players, how they're able to kind of quickly adapt to each other's games.
Yeah, and I'll say this too, like this season is about sacrifice, right? It's about a bigger goal. Like everybody has to be all in, but that all in mentality is like, look, the focus is everybody has to accept what they're doing and try to flourish. And Sabonis is the ringleader of that. So while he may not be the most vocal guy, he's the guy right now who's averaging less than 17 points per game because he's trying to get everyone else involved. I asked him about it today. Is there a point where you might need to be a little more selfish as far as an offensive player? And he said, yeah, but my job is to be a facilitator with this team, but I still have to start looking for those opportunities to get myself, more involved in the offense. And the reason why that is because when you have a player like Sabonis, who is a walking bucket, and his shooting percentages and everything else are so high, it's that when things go wrong in a game and some team has a 6-0 run on you, and you can feed a ball down to a guy like Sabonis and almost every single time get a bucket, inside the paint, he's going to get you what's the stat, Will? What's his shooting numbers inside the circle at the rim? I mean, it's got to be like in the high 70s, high 80s.
Yeah. It was, last I checked, it was like 75 or so.
Okay.
But recently it was in the 80s in the more recent games.
Yeah. And that's my point. Like when you need to stop a run, what you don't need is a Buddy Hield 3-point shot with 21 from 32 feet with 21 seconds left on the shot clock. That's not what you need. What you need is feed the post, have a guy back it down and score at a high percentage and get you back on the right side of things. You can't let a 6-0 run become a 10 or a 12-0 run or a 16-0 run, which is what we saw in a couple of games here. I think, was it the Celtics game where they finished the third on a 16-0 run? That run went to 19-0 in the early fourth. Well, those are killers. And the Kings during that whole entire stretch took nothing but ill-advised, bad, just horrific shots. Either they were trying to slow things down and got late shot clock shots up, or they just took bad jumpers. And it's like, in those moments, that's where like a guy like Zebo was so valuable. Just throw it to the guy who can get you a bucket 80% of the time, or get to the free throw line and stop what's happening.
And Sabonis was doing that, wasn't he, against Boston?
Well, yeah, but when they pulled him out in the late third, they pulled him out in the third to get him his rest, and that's when they got blown out. Yeah.
Well, let's shift to Tyrese. James and I were talking moments ago. Tyrese is almost certainly going to be an all-star this year. He's leading the league in assists. He really is having he's just having an incredible season, kind of spearing this run that the Pacers are on that maybe a lot of people didn't expect. What do Tyrese numbers show you besides that insane 40 straight assists without a turnover?
Yeah, a lot of people are talking about the assists, but he's also averaging career highs in points and rebounds. The rebounds especially was a little bit of a surprise for me. He's at 4.7. And then he's also getting a lot of steals, 1.8 a night for fourth in the NBA. We saw it last year. He's just so good in the passing lanes, and it seems like that's just continuing to be the case in Indiana. So his passing gets the most attention, but he's really showing some overall numbers across the board.
And go ahead.
Argentina just got that second goal that Jesse's in there screaming about, I'm sure. Yeah, that's big. So they're up
everybody good here?
Do the shout. Don't even worry about me.
All right.
Fantastic.
I want to make
He's
sure
locked in a little room. He can be like the Garfield, like old stick on your window guy. He's just bouncing around in there and losing his mind. Yeah, hey, Will, I'll point out when it comes to Haliburton, this is something I talked about during the draft. Like, that's that crazy season where, first of all, Haliburton got hurt in like January that year, but then we had the pandemic and the shutdown. So I wrote 23 mock drafts that year because that's kind of what happened. That's just the way the season went. And I kept saying all through my mock drafts, if it translates, and it's not just to scoring, because the questions about his scoring were, can he get that shot off at the pro level? And I think a lot of people thought, no, there's no way he's going to get that off, right? Because it's a little slow, it's a little awkward, it's a little Kevin Martin-esque. And then it was like, okay, will he be a great assist man at the next level? Everyone's like, okay, well, he averaged a little over 5. And then the rebounding thing was the same thing. He was a really good rebounder at the college level. He averaged, over 5 boards a game. I think the number that sticks in my head is like 5.7. Maybe I'm wrong. And then in Sacramento, that wasn't what they did. They didn't send their guards back during that era to go get the ball. And we're seeing Fox have this blow up as a defensive rebounder. But I think Haliburton is also looking at like, hey, that's something I can do. That's something he's good at. He's not a big, guy for contact, but there's so much room in his game for improvement. And I think it's really exciting because everything at the college level at this point, like 3 years in, is fully translating.
And it's fun just to see him get to flourish in that more expanded role. I'm happy for him. Seems like a great guy. Again, a trade that works out for both sides is a good thing. And it's hard to know if his numbers would be the same on the Kings this year, but it's definitely safe to say that with his expanded role and kind of ability to do everything in Indiana, he's getting that love for sure.
We'll end with this one, a trade that works out for everybody. Well, they still have a guy that's constantly talked about in trade conversations, and I think he's been pretty valuable to what the Pacers have been doing, and that's Miles Turner. Any numbers stand out regarding Miles Turner?
Yeah, so Turner's also having a career year, career highs in points, rebounds, field goal percentage, 3-point percentage. He's up to 39.7 from three, which has been a huge jump for him, and free throw percentage. And then he's still getting it done with the 2.6 blocks. So that's one of my big things to watch tonight, is how the Kings excel at getting to the rim, and not only getting to the rim, but finishing. They shoot 70% at the rim. But the Pacers, on the flip side, rest in peace flip side, Pacers opponents only shoot 60%. So it'll be interesting to see, will the Kings still get their shots to go, or will the Pacers lock them down in the inside, or will it meet in the middle? So I put that as my swing stat for the game.
Oh, very good. And there's an interesting note here from not KJJK, the Halley effect. It's that Chris Paul thing. You make your bigs better. We saw Tyrese do it with Rashawn Holmes. We've seen Chris Paul do it with pretty much everyone he's ever played with at that position. Now Tyrese is doing it with Miles Turner.
Yeah, I mean, he is. Yeah, he's one of the most versatile setup mans that you're going to run into, because it's not, I mean, he can draw and kick. He does his jump passing, which I know drives a lot of people crazy, the old Rod Strickland jump pass. But the thing with him is that his floater is so incredibly impactful that you never know if he's going for a floater or if he's going to hit the roll man. So while he's not great at like getting all the way to the basket, like on repeatedly during a game, he is really good with that floater. And again, you're sitting there wondering the whole time, is he gonna float it at the rim, or is he gonna float it to his big man who's gonna hammer on you? And I think it'll be an interesting matchup. The Kings have worked really hard in the pick and roll. I think they've been pretty solid in the pick and roll. I guess, Will, that's a good question for you. Like, where are the Kings pick and roll defense? Because this is a team that is going to pick and roll you to death with those bigs.
Will's just 2 clicks away from a stat. That's
always.
What he told us.
Just two.
That one I might have to take it back and do some research on.
Okay.
It's hard. I should subscribe to Cleaning the Glass. I think they have the best pick and roll numbers. I do most of my work just on the NBA site, but
I did.
I'll see what I can find
for a long time, and then I realized I can't read it. Like, I don't know what all of these numbers mean, so I'm just gonna unsubscribe to it. Not that different than Pro Football Focus. Pro Football Focus put out all of these rankings. What the hell do these mean? Forget it. Give me my $75 back. I can't read this. We'll let you do some work off that on that offline, but we appreciate you as always. You can check out Will Z's previews over on ESPN1320.net. We'll see you tonight, my man.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
All right, it's our man Will Z right there, official ESPN 1320 statistician. It's funny, I didn't make that for some reason. I don't know why. I didn't make that connection until I saw the message here in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 that the season Miles Turner is having is probably directly linked to Tyrese Haliburton in a similar fashion to Clint Capella to Chris Paul, DeAndre Ayton to Chris Paul. Again, Blake Griffin, virtually every big dude that Chris Paul's ever played with, he's had the same effect on him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, but I'll also bring it back to the reason why he might not have had those seasons before is because it's a lot different playing with a passing big than it is with a passing guard. And so not only did he not have Tyrese Haliburton, but he also had Domas. And so when you're a guy who, can shoot from the perimeter and space the floor for a guy like Domas, that's what the team's going to do. They're going to let him go down in the paint and really do his work. And while I thought those guys played okay together off each other, like throughout their careers in Indiana, I also know that like a guy who averages 12 points a game for a long time and all of a sudden he's at 20, it's just about opportunity. And, it's not just that Tyrese is there serving him up. It's that Domas isn't there with him, clogging the lane for him to do some of the things that he likes to do outside of shooting the three. Really kind of limited him to a rim runner and a floor spacer, and not a whole lot else.
Did you expect the Pacers to be where they are right now?
No, it really did depend because they had shopped Turner so hard.
Yeah.
And then, you never know what like Benedict Mathurin is going to be in his first year.
Incredible.
Yeah, he's been absolutely incredible. You didn't know how Buddy Hield would work out in year two and if they were going to shop him. A few of their players I thought were gonna, you were on the fence about what they were gonna be and who they're gonna be like going forward. But yeah, I mean they've got talent. It's not like they don't have talent. And like again, Rick Carlisle is one of the best coaches in the NBA. Like he can be like a little rough around the edges to deal with, but I've always found him to be nice. And he looks like Jim Carrey. And I've actually sat next to him in an airport and talked to him. And he's a guy that really knows his X's and O's, has a game plan for everything. And so no, I mean when you have a good coach, I just thought that they were probably going to throw away the season.
Yeah, and while there's still time, it would, they would have to facilitate those moves that we've talked so extensively about, the Miles Turner move, the Buddy Hield move. I don't know that, every team's goal obviously is to win a championship, but it seems like it would be such a hard stop button for the Pacers if they, between now and February, decided to move on from more than likely both of those guys.
Well, yeah, but let's look at Utah, where Utah was last week or 2 weeks ago and where they are today. Like, it doesn't take much for you to slide out of the playoff picture and for you to redefine what you're going to do this season. And again, Victor Wembanyama,
Wembanyama.
Yeah, there we go.
Gotcha.
It's a mess. Like he's such a talent that people know that. I mean, you're talking about potential multiple championships, multiple MVP awards. Like if it works out, he's a Hall of Fame player sitting there. I mean, we haven't seen this type of player probably since LeBron, like coming into the draft where you're like, okay, he's that guy. And so I think a lot of teams are
like
still
Zion
look
was
at it.
that.
No, there are guys like that you think can be really good, but not like this. Like, and I like
LeBron was a sure thing. Zion was, we're pretty sure we think, and Victor Wembanyama is the sure thing.
Yeah, I mean, but even like Anthony Davis and those guys, there's a big difference between a surefire number one that is going to be the first pick in the draft,
sure,
and a guy who's going to be a complete franchise changer and a league changer. Like he's going to be a league changer. He's going to change the dynamics of the league once again.
Sure. Wow. No pressure on that young man whatsoever.
Nope.
Not at all. I thought the Pacers were too talented to tank. Of course, they could have just been wildly different if Miles Turner and Buddy Hield were in fact traded. But it's a team that I liked a little bit more than Kenny did. I don't want to say liked. It's a team that I was a little higher on than Kenny was entering the season. I feel like, and this is a conversation we have regularly, I distinctly remember a conversation with Tristan Crick. A lot of people kind of said what you just said in a different way, though. They don't feel it's sustainable. Whether it's the Buddy Hield aspect of it or the Miles Turner aspect of it, or the thought that most people believe the Pacers are eventually going to move on with it, because the Pacers are facing the same asset management discussion that we'd have regularly here on D-Lo and KC with Miles Turner, that the Kings are having with Harrison Barnes. Are you going to commit to doing this for the entire year, knowing what will probably happen at the end of the year? Or do you risk taking a step back by managing your asset maybe a little bit more responsibly?
Yeah, and I'll even say, too, they've done some of the similar things that the Kings have done. Like, they drafted Chris Duarte, who was a very old rookie coming into the league, like 23, 24 years old. They've done some of those things to, like, get better quickly at the beginning of last season, but then realized very quickly it wasn't going well. So they showed that they might be a team that is willing to take a step back momentarily, as long as they've got a guy like Haliburton on board, like if they're communicating. And I think people need to, like, again, with Ty, I think Ty is tremendous. Like one of the best, if not the best personality that I've ever covered here in Sacramento, just bar none. I mean, he's just like, he's so incredibly engaging and fun to talk to. But they lost by 45 points or whatever with Tyrese Haliburton on this roster.
They lost by 60 once.
Yeah. And I mean, and that's not to say that it's his fault, but
no, of course not.
My point is that, like, he's never going to be an above average NBA defender. And he might not be a guy who can be even a league like average defender.
Mm.
So you have these things like he's a good steal guy, but that doesn't mean like tonight he could get torched by some of these guys that are looking forward to a game like this. But again, the Kings had to do what they had to do to reset what was happening, because whatever was happening last year was just absolute trash. And it's really horrible that you had to give up an asset like this, but there's nothing that says that he would be doing the same thing here in Sacramento. And that even if you were able to make that deal for De'Aaron Fox, that he would be the same type of player with Sabonis on the court. Because again, Sabonis is a guy who wants the ball in his hands all the time to facilitate. So yeah, at the end of the day, like this is a trade that did work out for everybody.
Let's get to these phone lines. 916-909-1320. Let's get to our brother Sean here. Sean, my man, what's happening?
From another mother, my brother's from another mother. Shout out Jesse behind the boards, man. I've been loving the features this week, Hammer. Appreciate you coming on with my man D-Lo, man. It's been a really great week of radio with y'all. I gotta say though, D-Lo, I don't know why you want this drama to end, man. I've been loving this Indy versus Sac stuff, man. I love seeing the kid Hallie. I'm the resident Pacer sexual. I love seeing Hallie doing so well with his new team, man. 40 assists, 0 turnovers in his last 3 games. And I think y'all hit the nail on the head, man. I think it's just a better fit with Miles Turner. I think, like y'all said before, it was so hard for him and Fox to coexist, man. I'm just happy they're both in a good situation. But I did want to ask a little off the rails question.
Okay, good.
with the 40 assists and 0 turnovers in the last 3 games, man, that's just a silly stat. What is the silliest streak or record either of y'all could think of in the NBA? I'll take it off the air. Keep it real peasy, fellas.
Sean, we appreciate you, man. Ramsey, we'll get to you in just a heartbeat. Hang on. Want to hear what you have to say. 916-909-1320. We'll get to working on that goofy streak that Sean proposed right there. We'll come back with more. James Hand filling in for KC here on D-Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Goofiest streak. What is I wonder what the most assists to 0 turnover record is.
Well, for 3 games, it's tie.
It's but period. Is it just in period? It's 40.
I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like the interception records, right? Like guys go like 200 and something passing attempts without throwing an interception.
Yeah.
I don't know what the most is, and I think he's at like 45 straight, something like that, without an assist, without a turnover. Because he had some in the previous game.
That boy good.
So Jesse, do they need another goal for Mexico to get through, or does Mexico need to score?
Yeah, Mexico needs one more. Argentina has to score right now. Poland advances because they have less yellow cards than Mexico. Mexico's got a free kick right outside the box though right now.
So you need either Argentina to score or Mexico to score, right?
Yeah.
Got it. Goal differential. And then yellow card differential. That's wild. Yeah, that's something that's totally like Haliburton and Fox were never going to work as a defensive pairing. Offensively, it was a struggle, but defensively, I mean, it just had like, and then you throw Buddy in as your primary, your third guard.
Yeah.
Like those 3 were never going to be successful defensively. Because, even when we talk about the talent that Luke Walton did have, that's one of the realities that the talent that he did have, that even though those were 3 of your most talented players, they still would never be able to play defense like together at all. So
yeah, it's
this back brace is killing me.
It's these are long days for you, man. Thank you for doing this. I know you had a super long day yesterday. Got the alert for the podcast. I was like, oh boy.
We did the pod a half hour after I got off.
Oh,
yeah.
That was a good 2 hours.
No,
A little less.
Hour and 20, I think, pod.
Oh,
Yeah.
In fact, I think I still got it. Yeah, still got it pulled up. Hit the thumbs up while you're here, guys. We appreciate it. Hit the subscribe buttons.
Are there
as
fingerprints on my
well.
camera?
I don't think so.
So someone just
Are
said.
there? I don't think it's. I don't think it's the focus. I think it's the light. But we'll. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Come on, up close and personal with James Ham. Look at that.
See the beard.
That's gonna be screenshot.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, looks good. You rock the quarter zip look pretty well. I don't feel like I rock the quarter zip very well.
Well, I can't pull off that outfit you wore to the game the other night. So I used to say that with Doug all the time. Man, I really like that suit, but I could never pull that off. The forest green suits, him and Mark both have one.
that suit Mark had on the other day
They
was
both have one. I can pull that off.
that was a good.
Yeah.
That was a great color.
Yeah. The forest or the dark
Yeah,
green.
I think that's the right term.
Yeah, I can
that
pull
was
it off
good.
because of the red hair and the green eyes.
Yeah, that was no wonder it caught Mike Brown's attention. Like, oh, that's a good color right there. That's a good color with the white sneakers. You know whose style's been stepped like Deuce's style is he hit a different level this year. TV Deuce is big time.
Yeah, I like the no collar look.
Mm-hmm.
Not everyone can pull that off.
And I'm not confident in that look for me.
Yeah.
I have one, and I don't necessarily love it, but when I do a collar, I feel like I have to wear a tie. So I gotta make a move somewhere. I gotta commit somewhere.
Yeah, I wore suits for years to games, but I don't have to, so I don't.
I like wearing them. Got you. I like wearing them once in a while. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Kings Pacers tonight. We'll spend some time going over the college football playoff rankings too here in just a little bit. Anthony Slater of The Athletic coming up at 2:20, and Brenden Nunes, your partner over at the Kings Beat, will be with us coming up in the go home hour of the show, 3:20. We'll get back to these phone lines though. 916. I don't have an answer, by the way, to Sean's question. I can't. I'm not. I'm sure there was a Anthony Young. Maybe he had like a consecutive start streak in Major League Baseball where he just couldn't win, and it was some absurd number, like 50 something. Like he would just start. He just kept losing over and over and over again. I think his name. I can't remember what his name was. But outside of that, I can't think of a streak that really stands out.
I think my crazy streak was the I'm
putting the camera on you every time
They called
you do
off
something.
sides. Mexico just scored and they called off sides.
I'm putting the camera on you every single time. I apologize to the radio and Odyssey audience, but the World Cup has gripped the nation, and Jesse is really invested in this game that's going on right now.
Yeah, he's fully captured by it. I would say my favorite streak was the Rockets winning. I think it was 21 straight under Rick Adelman, and the reason why I love that streak is because like game 11, Tracy McGrady went down, and like game 12, Yao Ming went down, and they just kept winning. Rick Adelman was by far the greatest coach that I've ever seen with the next man up mentality. When his starters went down, and that's what I keep talking about with the Kings. They right now that back end of the bench, if we're talking, not the back end of the bench, the back end of the rotation. So let's just go from, after Davion. So Monk, Davion are number 6, number 7 in the rotation, but 8, 9, 10, 11, right? Those guys are playing really well, but they're playing really well in like very specific roles. Like, this is what we need you to do. But if the Kings had a catastrophic injury or a long-term injury and we're down without, a Harrison Barnes or even a Keegan Murray or a Sabonis for 6 weeks, I don't think they have that kind of depth to be able to fill in with the next man up in that kind of way. And that's a concern. Like they have depth. for Mike Brown to tinker with what he's doing in a lineup on a given night. But I don't know that they have depth to withstand a major injury. And so, like, I hope that's not tested, because right now they're doing really well without that. But it's something, that I definitely think that would be a concern for me.
Let's get Ramsey in here. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Ramsey?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Just talk about this whole trade that was made me think back to a similar situation about 35 years ago between Cleveland and Phoenix. When basketball-wise, when Cleveland had Mark Price and they just drafted Kevin Johnson, then they made then Cleveland and Phoenix made a trade. Phoenix traded an all-star and Larry Nance to Cleveland for Kevin Johnson, Tyrone Coburn, Mark West, and a couple other people. And it feels like almost like a very similar trajectory or projection. I mean, the trade worked out for both teams at that time. This trade's working out for both teams at this time. Tip your hat to Tyrese Haliburton. Have fun in Indiana. But again, we got the proven all-star in Domantas Sabonis, and the Kings are moving forward, trying to make the playoffs, just like Cleveland was making the playoffs once they got or continued to make the playoffs once they got Larry Nance. And Phoenix trajectory changed once they traded for Kevin and they made their moves.
Yeah, it's a good call, Ramsey.
Yeah,
that's a Ramsey is a wealth of knowledge sometimes, man. We appreciate you. It's a good call.
Yeah. They also
means the Kings are going to the finals. That's what Phoenix did, right? When they got Kevin Johnson, they 93. Well, I guess that's probably more when they got Charles Barkley. They went to the finals, but
yeah. I've told that story, right? The Jared Mustaf story.
I feel like I would remember a Jared Mustaf reference.
Okay, so right around that same time, they traded with the Knicks and got Jared Mustaf.
Phoenix?
Yes, Phoenix.
Okay.
And when he got to Phoenix, his contract was just about up, and so they locked him. He's a young, long, athletic forward. And they gave up, man, I'm trying to think what Phoenix gave up in that trade. But they had two options. They had given, like, do you want Charles Oakley or do you want this young up-and-comer and Jared Mustaf? They traded for him. Paul Westphal was a coach. Paul told me this story. And so they traded for him, and the second they got him, they signed him to a new 4-year, $5 million contract, which at that point, $1.25 million was huge, especially with a roster like they had. And then he got his girlfriend pregnant and tried to pay someone to have her killed. That didn't work out. The guy took the money, and then but he didn't get arrested for it. Then his cousin flew from like Arkansas to Seattle, where the girl was living, killed her, and then flew home. And then they never indicted Jared Mustaf for the actual murder of her. And Paul Westphal literally said, we had a guy on our bench who everyone on our team, everyone knew had her killed. He's on our bench, and there's nothing we can do about it. Ironclad contract, owner won't pay it out. So like a year goes by, they're not playing him at all. He ends up losing a wrongful death suit to the parents, like $280,000 or something, or $2.8 million. This whole entire story is just crazy. And he never gets indicted, and they never could violate his contract. So eventually the Suns bought him out and just sent him packing, and he never played again in the league. Then he went on to work in the league office, and then he became a CEO of some other business. And yeah, craziest story ever. But Paul said it was the most awkward thing ever, having someone on your bench that you knew had done something, and there was nothing you could do about it.
Do you ever have a cheerful story? Like, do you ever has anyone ever shared anything happy with you?
Sure.
Do you ever recite those? Like you sure got some.
I have a morbid sense of yeah.
And I can now say definitively, you have not told that story. That's one I'd remember. Yeah,
that's interesting.
I can say for sure that's the in your 2+ years with D'Lo and Casey. That's a new one.
You can look it up.
Wasn't expecting it. That's
Yeah.
a new one.
Yeah.
As Chris says, went on to be a CEO. Yep, that tracks. I don't know where to go from here. So I don't know what's going on in the soccer matchup. Oh, phones. Go to phones. All right. 9. Oh, Leezy 916-909-1320. Good luck following that, Leezy.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. D'Lo, Mr. Ham, what's going on, guys? I just have a quick comment, a quick two-part question. Comment on the Kings and the Pacers. I think the deal worked out for both teams. You see both Fox and Haliburton being successful. I think it's great. But I really called today because I wanted to ask Ham a question. It's kind of a long two-parter. The other day, Ham, you kind of went over a list of Monte McNair's transactions. You went over guys like Whiteside, Mo Harkless, Tristan Thompson, guys who aren't here anymore. When you go through his total transactions, I know this year is great. Everything's working out. But do you ever get hesitant about the future and him getting another contract based on his ability to build a roster or lack of until recently?
It's a good question because I've been really harsh on Monte McNair for when he got hired. He had like 5 minutes to prepare for the offseason because it was, again, that really crazy. He got hired in September. I think the draft and free agency started like late October, early November.
Yeah, it was a mess.
Yeah, it was like ready, set, go run a team, right? So that first year, I think that there was some definite issues that I didn't think that they had done enough. But I'll say this: when you look, I read this today too. I can't remember if it was Jake Fischer's story, but it's something very specific when it comes to the way Monty was brought up in the league, and that is, if you don't have stars, you cannot build. And so his first thing was to assess what he had, and he determined that he thought De'Aaron Fox was an all-star level player. He had to get a second one to go with him. And so all of these other moves that we're talking about, the Tristan Thompson move, or again, trading for Mo Harkless, trading for Terrence Davis, trading for DeLon Wright, all of those are really, really small moves in the grand scheme of what a general manager is trying to do. What he's really trying to do is find two cornerstones and then build off of that. And he already had some guys under contract that there wasn't a lot he could do. Just moving Buddy Hield, like when he's making $23 million a year and still had 3 years left, that wasn't an easy task to go move that contract. Just like right now, the contract that they signed to Richaun Holmes, that might not be easy to move. But I think when you look at all of the other pieces that he's done, they were pieces that set up pieces. They were moves that set up moves that set up moves. So you have to look at, some of this stuff in a lot of ways that you look at chess. Like, you don't just make one move and you win the game. You have to set up like 6 moves in advance in order to get to where you want to go. And that's why I always bring up in the huge, Sabonis trade. It's that not only did they get rid of Buddy's contract in that, but they took back an expiring contract, or they took back Jeremy Lamb, who expired, but they also took back Holiday. And he had like 1 year left, but that's $6.5 million or whatever he was owed. That was a movable piece that they were able to go use to get Herter. And so there are all of these moves that work together and that are pieces to a bigger puzzle. And I think Monty's doing a really good job of setting the team up long term without completely hamstringing himself. And, does he need to make more moves? Yeah, but like, there's only 3 guys left from the roster he inherited. And that's Fox, Barnes, and Richaun Holmes. And it's very possible that like next summer that only Fox is left by next summer. And that's pretty remarkable when you consider it's been a little over 2 years that he's been in charge of the team.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Leezy's off, right? Leezy's off. Hey, you all right in there, big guy?
Watching sports is the stupidest thing I'll ever do in life. This is dumb. This is dumb. I don't know why I do this. 90 minutes just for them to lose. Now we're going to fire the coach. Get me off the screen, please.
So Jesse's not in the best frame of mind, as the chat went absolutely nuts when whatever just happened. So thoughts and prayers to our man Jesse.
Yeah, what happened is Saudi Arabia scored at the end, so.
And so Saudi Arabia scored, and that eliminated Mexico?
Yeah, so now Poland advances. Mexico needed another goal. Now I'm depressed. Whatever.
Okay. Well, I think I think a lot of Kings fans will be feeling the same way if the game doesn't go the way we all hope it does tonight. Sports are stupid. That'll certainly be the conversation.
This fan shot, I think, captures it all.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Oh, the World Cup has Jesse in shambles. Let's do this here real quick.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
Ceiling is the roof performance of the night, brought to you by our friends over at ACR Solar. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Find out why solar is right for you. My man John and his whole team, they'll take a look at your energy bills. They'll take a look at your neighbor's energy consumption and tell you, hey, this is how much solar will save you. Call them. Have your own appointment. 916-481-7200. I'm going with the returning, and we'll get to Luka Doncic and what he did last night. But Luka gets enough awards, and he may get the big award this year. But the prestigious Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar, goes to Aaliyah Boston, who had 18 points, 10 rebounds, 4 blocks in her 35-minute return, and she led number 1 South Carolina to a second-half comeback against UCLA to keep Dawn Staley's crew undefeated. Aaliyah Boston, one of the best basketball players in the women's game that we've seen in a long time. Can't wait to see her in the league. She gets the Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar. But Luka Doncic had himself a night last night. That was a fun game. It's, you know, Steve Kerr was funny in his kind of passive-aggressive statement on the travel call on Steph Curry at the end of the game. And I'm sure every Kings fan who was watching that was like, oh, word? We're calling that now? You're going to call it on Steph Curry, but you wouldn't call it on Tyler Hero. Same exact play. You called traveling on Steph freaking Curry, but let Tyler Hero rock? Okay. And Steve Kerr, again, and this is what I love about Steve Kerr, is just because he's so passive aggressive with it. He was like, yeah, we see that every game. I'm glad to see the league is really cracking down on this now.
It was like the entire game. It was almost like a running joke. I don't think I've ever seen a game with this many. Can someone look up how many travels is the most travel calls in one game? Like the whole game, it was, I guess, a point of emphasis the league sent out.
I didn't get that note, so maybe that went to officials only.
I'm thinking it went to officials only. I think it went to officials only. Lizzie did put the second part of his question. He went for the John Dickinson 2-part question.
He did. And those are dangerous. Those are dangerous.
Which I know you love, the 2-part question.
I love the 2-part question, yes, because whenever you ask a 2-part question and you frame it as, hey, coach, 2-part question here, coach is going to answer either the first one or the second one, and in the midst of their answer, they're going to forget the question that they didn't ask, and then they're going to move on.
Okay, so the second part of his question, why did Monte McNair try to build around 3 point guards? And I will correct you.
Okay.
Lizzie, Monte McNair built using 3 point guards. It's different. He knew that he was going to use some of that as leverage down the road. And that's what he did. Like whether Davion Mitchell is a long-term fixture in Sacramento or not, I don't think we know at this point. Like he very well could be, but certainly he drafted Tyrese Haliburton thinking that, maybe they can play together in the backcourt. But if they can't play together in the backcourt, I will be able to trade one of those guys for something. And it's about drafting the best possible player, not drafting for need or position. You got to draft best possible player.
Is there anyone in the Davion draft you think they should have taken instead? That's how I feel like, people get upset. And I don't think anyone's upset about Davion, by the way, right now. I think when people talk about draft picks or you talk about, missing on this pick, missing on that pick, the important part is to look immediately after. Who was drafted after Davion? Who was drafted in the next, 5 picks? I think when you start getting into, 10 picks later and 20 picks later and late first-round picks, those are just things that really, really worked out. And I think that has little to like saying King should have drafted Nikola Jokic when in the second round. It's like, oh, okay, wait a minute. No one really saw that coming. But when you're, you're drafting 12th and Giannis Antetokounmpo goes 13th or something like this. All right, that's a little harder to swallow. Is there someone that the Kings should have taken instead of Davion?
Well, I mean,
I always feel like the answer for me, the answer is who would you rather have?
Yeah, I mean, I know Zaire Williams was the next pick, and I think I won't point it. And Chris Duarte is a couple of picks later too. I think the two guys that
I like Chris Duarte. He's good.
The two guys that everyone is going to point to is probably Zaire Williams and Moses Moody. And while neither of them are playing like head and shoulders above what Davion is right now, the fact is that they're more natural fits for what you need. As far as like the Kings still don't have a long-term answer at the small forward position. And could one of those two guys become that? And the fact is that both of those guys could completely bust out. And, the guys you're talking about, like Trey Murphy or someone like that, that's later down in the draft, those are dartboard picks, right? Those are guys, the Bones Highland, like those are things that like you can't really know how good someone's going to be. I mean, Herbert Jones fell to the 35th pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Like, could the Kings use him? Herb Jones would have been spectacular, would have been a long-term answer for the Sacramento Kings. And he went like 5 picks after, before the Kings drafted Neemias Queta. But those are the things where like, I don't think that they've missed. It's just like when we go back to, when the Kings made that trade and they had Marquise Chris sitting there on the board at number 9, and they traded back to number 13, picked up number 28, and picked up the draft rights to Bogdan Bogdanovic. So they drafted Yorgos at 13. They drafted Skal at 28, and then they brought Bogdan over, not that year, but the following year. The reason, like in that trade, like everyone just hammers the Kings for Yorgos, but look at the guys around him. There wasn't anyone else.
Yeah,
like if you would have stayed at 9 and drafted Domas, sure, you would have struck gold. But that's just not the way that draft went. And it's typical for a lot of, groups of players in a draft to be bad together. And I don't know why that is, but like historically, you'll have a 3 or 4 like stretch in the middle of the first round that just all of them are bad. And that happens.
It is, though, fascinating to think that, and I totally understand Leezy's question. Monty's first order of business as the general manager was to make sure that De'Aaron Fox was signed to a long-term contract extension, a max contract extension. And then he drafts Tyrese Haliburton. It was a gem. It was beautiful. Same position. And then in the second draft, he drafts Davion Mitchell, same position as the other two. So it's like from a close-up view, it's like a bunch of mixed signals. Like, well, wait a minute, you obviously believe in De'Aaron, but you went and got Tyrese. Okay, I get Tyrese was too. That's your backcourt. And I'm gonna, we'll talk about this with Anthony Slater and our buddy Brenden Nunes later on in the show too. But I'll ask this to you now. Little bit different for fair, complete context. It's a little bit different, but looking at the success of Tyrese and Benedict Mathurin, is there any reason to believe that or what is the reason to believe that couldn't have been Tyrese and De'Aaron?
Because they're totally different styles of player. Like Mathurin is a guy who can be a true off-ball shooting guard, and neither Fox or Haliburton can do that. And that's the thing. Like the Kings, I personally never thought that the Kings drafted Haliburton as a starting point guard. That's not what they didn't draft him as a point guard. They drafted him as a like toolsy shooting guard. They drafted him as like, they looked at him almost like a Brandon Roy type player, a guy who can do a whole bunch of things. And that it just turned out that he's got just a much higher basketball IQ than anyone assumed. And when you put him on the court with better players, he looks incredible. And when you ask him to be a lead guard, he just takes over. And like, so I think some people say, oh, well, they drafted 2 point guards. They didn't. They drafted a 6'5" shooting guard, which is Haliburton. And he just ends up being like this mystical beast as an assist man.
There might be another reason too that I think we didn't talk about on the radio. It might have been on the stream. Matherin's a defender.
Yeah.
Like Matherin can defend, and one often glossed over part of De'Aaron and Tyrese is, as Brenden Nunes will be happy to point out, neither one of them are the best defenders, to put it nicely.
No, not at all. And that's why you drafted Davion, because even if you're going with a 3-guard set, at least one of them needs to be a really good defender. And I think Fox is still a guy who can be a league average defender, maybe even a little bit better than league average. But when it comes to Davion, I mean, he's going to be a really, really good defender, and you don't really even worry about his offensive game. And if he was a little bit bigger, I would kind of look at him like an Eric Snow, like when AI had Eric Snow next to him, who just went out and did all the dirty work while Iverson got all the glory. That's what Davion could be for the Kings. But in that case, you're going to need a bigger point guard that can play a lot more too. So I don't know. I mean, like they're moving pieces and they're assets, and that's what you have to look at when Monty's doing things. It's always about like asset creation, asset management, and then I think it's interesting that we've seen them just go away from a guy like Dante DiVincenzo, where you just ignored the asset. Same thing with Bogdan Bogdanovic. They look at those guys, and that comes back to the same thing. The basic tenet of how he was brought up in the league: don't over evaluate your own asset. And at this point, I can honestly say that Bogdan Bogdanovic has not lived up to a 4-year, $72 million contract.
Yeah.
Whether the Kings would have made the playoffs 1 year, they probably would have made the playoffs if they would have kept Bogdanovic that year. They missed the playoffs by, I think, 2 games, and they had no bench at all. And he would have been he was a starting shooting guard. But my point there is that he looked at it and said, he's never going to be worth 4 years and $72 million to us, the Sacramento Kings. And so I'm going to let him walk. And it wasn't an easy decision, but it was what he thought was the right decision. And then you get to Dante DiVincenzo. Maybe they wanted $10 million. Maybe they wanted a 4-year 40, whatever it was. He ends up getting a 2-year, $9 million contract. He didn't over evaluate his asset, and he let him go out and get what he got with the Warriors.
We'll come back. There's much more to talk about. I saw Jake Fischer at a number of Kings games. It's like, Jake Fischer's he's riding with Sacramento.
Hung out for a week.
We learned why today. We'll touch on that. Plus a couple of updates from Shams that we'll pass along from the world of the NBA here. Still plenty more ahead. Anthony Slater is going to join us. Brenden Nunes is going to join us. It's Stilo and KC. James Sam sitting here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man.
Brian, here, up. Where did that go? Right there. No longer happy for Bogey. No, look, I'm happy for Bogey. I'm glad he made his money. And I honestly think the Kings would have made the playoffs if he would have stuck around. But if you're Monte McNair and you're looking at that deal now, and you don't have 2 years left of Bogdanovic at $36 million this year, next year, he hasn't been able to live up to it. The body hasn't held up.
Yeah. Hasn't played at all this year yet.
No. And here's my point on the Yorgos pick. When the Kings moved to 13, Yorgos is 13. 14 is Denzel Valentine. 15 is Juancho Hernan Gomez. The next pick, Gershon Yabuzel. I don't even know how to say his name. 17th pick, Wayne Baldwin. The 18th pick, Henry Ellenson. You have to get all the way down to 19, 20, where you see Malik Beasley and Karis LeVert. But again, the Kings had the 22nd pick, Malachi Richardson, and he's in a group with Ante Zizic, Lawawu Cabaret, Bryce Johnson.
You're making up all these names.
Forkan Korsma.
No way, these are real names.
Yeah. And then you get to 27. There's Pascal Siakam, the pick before Scalabis here, and the pick before DeJounte Murray. So, again, the Kings didn't do anything wrong in that draft. Even if you look at Marquise Chris, who was a complete bust, the next pick is Pirtle, who took forever to get any good. The pick after that is Thon Maker, the pick before Domantas Sabonis. Yeah.
What number was Sabonis again?
Sabonis was 10. No, 11. Right before Taurean Prince. And then Papagiannis. Yeah, it's crazy. Papagiannis played 477 minutes in the NBA. And the 16th pick played 486 minutes. The 17th pick played 579 minutes. The 18th pick, 787 minutes. I'm talking total.
Wow.
Yeah. But what you can't do is you can't have him and Malachi combined for less than 1,102 minutes total for two players. Yeesh. Man, that's bad. Bryce Johnson played 107 minutes. He played 2 games. No, 21 games. I'm sorry. 21 games. That's bad.
I have never seen a player look as lost on a basketball floor as Yorgos Papagiannis looked to me.
You know, the bummer thing is too, like you could see, like if you watched him in a gym, you could see why they liked him because he was huge and could rebound. He could block shots all over the place. He could shoot from all over the court, but what he couldn't do is get from one point to the next. So he couldn't dribble. He wasn't a good passer. All of these, like functionally. So if you could see him in a gym putting on a workout by himself for scouts, you'd be like, oh man, this kid's got some moves. This kid can do this. He can do that. Couldn't put any of the moves together to get to from one point to the next. Yeah. He's played really well in Greece. There's been talk that he might even be able to make it back to the NBA. It's crazy. I think.
Don't get any ideas, Monty.
How old do you think Yorgos Papagiannis is?
What was the draft again?
2016.
Oh my gosh. Is he like 26?
5.
He's 25? Wow.
Yeah, and he's not even an old 25. Yeah.
Will S., I just did a quick Google search. No, he's in fact not. Should be.
What's that?
Brett Favre is not in jail yet. He should be, but he's not in jail yet.
God, that's crazy, isn't it?
It's awful. Terrell Owens says fight caught on camera in which he punched a man was the result of an aggressor threatening him. Well, sometimes you just got to punch people, I guess.
Yeah, Yorgos averaged this. He's not playing right now, but last year he averaged 7.9 rebounds and 1.7 blocks, and that's in Greece, which that's actually really good for Greece.
Charlie
going in there to give him a hug. How about a hug?
I don't think Charlie can hear us. I bet Charlie can hear us if I hit this button. No, I guess not. Whatever.
How about this button?
I still don't know what this board does. I don't control anything. I just let, like Jesse does it all. I don't know what any of this stuff does.
That's funny.
It's so high tech too, because all I have to do is hit our name and like the whole board changes. KC planning to be back with us tomorrow, though. If the Kings lose tonight, I feel like, hey man, I'm gonna need another couple of days. You know, the baby just won't sleep, and you know it's tough out here. We got an appointment. I'm not gonna be able to make it in tomorrow, but plan is for Kenny Caraway to return with us tomorrow. James Ham, kind enough to sit here with us all week as we gear up for the game of the century tonight when the Sacramento Kings take on the Indiana Pacers, the most important game in the history of the Sacramento Kings franchise. Obviously, if they win, everything is great. If they lose, the world may come to an end, as it seemed to have for Jesse about 30 minutes ago. For those watching, know that Jesse's world. Sorry. My bad, Jesse. I'm sorry, man. I'll keep it moving. A couple of non-Kings related notes here. Chris Haynes reported, our good friend, by the way, Chris Haynes, reported that Dame Lillard targeting a December, I think it was a December 3rd, December 4th return date. He's going to return in Houston after being out a little over a month. And no, Dame Lillard set to return around the same time. December 3rd to December 4th, Dame Lillard expected to be back for the Portland Trailblazers.
That's big. They're just not the team without him. And they're young.
Yeah, they slid.
Yeah.
I think they're good though. That's the, I mean, I think Anthony Simons is really good. Shaedon Sharpe, obviously, Shaedon Sharpe shows signs. He's a rookie. He's experiencing, not exactly what Keegan Murray is going through, but he has his ups and his downs as well. A little bit of a question mark at the coaching position, I think still.
Yeah.
I then think there's a little bit more to prove there for Chauncey, but I think they're sustainable. I don't think they're I thought they could potentially be a bottom of the conference type team, like bottom in terms of, they're not Houston, they're not Oklahoma City, Utah, those teams, or San Antonio, but they're like the one team right above them. Like,
Portland?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all thought they were like the Kings, 8, 9, 10, 11. Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if they really hit, then they could get up to 8. If they don't really hit, then they're probably going to be the 11th team, and then you got 4 teams below you that have no interest.
I'm a little worried though that Dame Lillard's already been out a couple of times, because I think it's hard to, and it's not, I don't really believe in like being injury prone, but like when you get injured during a season, trying to come back is really difficult. When they're they're non-surgical procedures, when they're really just kind of rest and rehab type things, they're going to get aggravated again. That's the nature of basketball. Like everyone's trying to evaluate De'Aaron Fox. Like you mentioned on the Kings Beat podcast, and I think you mentioned it with us yesterday, just the way De'Aaron was walking after the game, like got your attention. And that's not because De'Aaron got hurt. That's just the league. That's what basketball does when you really get into the thick of things. And the fact that Dame has already kind of been in and out, that's what gives me a little bit of pause with Portland's immediate future this season.
Yeah, I mean, even with Fox, like I think people always forget that like you're watching a game and it's just like, what time does a game start, right? So here it always starts at 7:00. We all know Kings game starts at 7:00. Unless it's on Sunday, then it can start at 2, 3, or 6, right? But all of a sudden we have all these 4:00, 4:30, 5:00 games, right? That's because they're playing on the East Coast. So when you get on a plane after getting beat up in a game, fly to Memphis, play a game, get done with that, get beat up a little bit more, hop on another plane, fly to Atlanta, where you play on the second night of a back-to-back. Then you fly to Boston after that, later that night, where you're in the freezing cold and in Boston, and you're going to play the next night. And then after that game, you fly directly home. So from Monday until Saturday morning, they've taken 1, 2, 3 flights all over the country. And like we can say, oh, they're young, that's not a big deal. If you have bumps and bruises, it's a big deal, because you can get weird swelling off of one of these injuries that just doesn't take the flight well. And so look, they're beat up. It happens. It's part of the game. It's part of the travel. It's part of everything else. But Like, again, these guys just flew all over the country. How many miles did they fly?
Well, and just to kill the James, but it's charter. It's not the TSA line that beats these guys up. It's the tens of thousands of feet in the air
altitude
that beats these guys up.
Yeah, I mean, like you're flying 6 hours.
No matter
back
how
home.
much leg room you have on that plane, you're still at an altitude that's going to cause some. It's going to cause some issues.
Yeah, well, it can. And some guys it does, and some guys it doesn't. Some injuries it does, some it doesn't. And I'll say this too with Damian Lillard. I would be very cautious. Like if he's like right now, if he's 100%, I'm waiting 2-3 weeks. He is, again, we're talking about a guy who is 32 years old, who has put a ton of mileage on his body, and a calf strain, which is what he had, the same as Cat. If your calf isn't strong, that is the only thing structurally supporting the Achilles tendon. And if they rush him back and he takes one bad step and pops that Achilles, he's done. He won't play again this year. He won't play again until sometime next season. And on top of that, he'll never be the same at 32, going on 33. And, what does that put him at for the rest of his career? It will severely limit. Even the great Kobe Bryant never look the same after his Achilles injury. And it is what it is. Like your body can only take so much. The only guy who really does kind of look sort of who he was is Kevin Durant. And, even that, he can't go every game.
And he's still, not to the, and I'm not trying to make a joke, not to the Kawhi Leonard degree, but he still does quite a bit of load managing. Like I don't think Kevin Durant ever plays 75 plus games again. I don't know if Kevin Durant ever plays 70 plus games again, which is okay. That's the smart way to handle this. But you're Portland. You've got to protect Dame Lillard at all costs.
Well, especially like when I talked about the Kings, can they withstand, right? Can they withstand a major injury? Can Davion Mitchell step in and put up numbers? Sure he can. But are you going to win? And who's going to step in and fill his role if something were to happen to Fox for 3 weeks or 4 weeks? But I think Portland is like, they have Simons. They might have been more prepared for Dame than anything else. And you're still seeing what's happening to them in the standings. They just can't keep up because while they have a player who can do sort of what he does, he can't do it at the same level and he can't be as consistent. And now you don't have him as that other guy in the rotation as well. So you just lost 23 points a game as your secondary scorer or off the bench or whatever he's doing. So who's going to step in and replace his minutes? And Shaedon Sharpe can't do that. He's just not there yet. And that's okay. He just, but for right now, like that's a huge blow. And that's where, like, I don't think a lot of NBA teams are built to sustain like this. Maybe the only one that is are the Clippers because they just figure out ways to do it. I don't know how.
Kings have played one game without Fox this year.
Yep.
Did they win? I can't remember who it was against.
I can't remember either, but
because I only ask that, and I don't. A 1 game sample size is not an indictment of what will happen long term. But I feel like with Davion, being able to step into that role, Domas in terms of keeping,
they lost to Miami.
Okay, that was the Tyler Hero game.
Yes. Yep.
Fantastic. They called travel on Steph Curry last night for those who were just tuning in. They didn't call it on Tyler Hero. Same exact play. Watch them right next to each other. It's amazing. I asked that. I point that out only because it feels like in terms of, obviously when guys go out, you want things to be, you used the Rick Adelman example earlier in Houston. He's the best coach you've ever seen with that like next man up with mentality, with being able to get guys in, fill the role, and keep everything and keep winning, keep moving forward. I feel like the most important player for that to happen with Sacramento was actually Domas. Because and again, this isn't meant to downgrade De'Aaron Fox, but what I mean is you can have Davion step in and maybe do what De'Aaron does to a lesser degree. He's not as good as De'Aaron Fox is, but the structure and flow of the offense and making sure that people buy into Malik Monk and buy into to Kevin Huerter and having a guy who can find them in different spots of the floor. That's what Sabonis does. And we've talked about this before. I think you mentioned this earlier in the week. If something happens to Domas, that's irreplaceable with anyone on the roster. It's not Rashawn who could do it. It's not Alex Len who could do it. The closest person who could pull that off is Neemias Queta. And that's a big stretch, asking a G League guy to come up and fill in with the guy who is a legitimate all-star, candidate this year. And he feels like the guy who you can't have anything happen to Domas, because that alters the structure of what the Sacramento Kings do.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. But I'll also say, like, if you lose Fox, are we thinking Davion, or are we thinking Malik Monk would step into that?
Yeah, no, it's a great question.
But then I'll point out that if you somehow, and I know people are going to hate me for this because they're all over the board on him, but if something happens to Harrison Barnes, like, where are you going to go? Like, I guess
Terrence Davis.
I guess maybe TD. I guess maybe you could start Trey Lyles and move Keegan over to the 3. But that is, again, the value of having a veteran who can play 32 minutes a night, 34 minutes a night, every single game. And whether he's putting up huge numbers or not.
Or he's 1 of 4.
Yeah.
Three 3-point attempts in the last 3 games, I believe was your number yesterday.
Yeah, 3 3-point attempts in the last 3 games combined. And he's 0 for 3.
You know what? And you know what? I love, I'm making a specific point to note all of this stuff, because I'm firmly of the belief all eyes are on Tyrese, and Buddy's going to make sure all eyes are on him. And then, there's the people don't even recognize Domas is even part of this. Everyone's going to be looking at De'Aaron. The guy who I expect to have a night tonight is Harrison Barnes. I'm dead serious. Like, we've looked at Harrison. I thought did a really good job of this in the first Memphis game at the Golden One Center that the Kings lost. And I think they lost that game by 15. But Harrison, he hadn't been aggressive. The Kings had just been like jump shooting. They had been 3-point shooting. They hadn't been aggressive at the basket at all. The start of that game, Harrison Barnes was really aggressive. He was aggressive for himself. He was aggressive at the rim. And I think, I don't know why this is, but every once in a while, Harrison just needs that. He just needs to be talked to. He just needs a kick in the ass. He just needs a reminder. Hey, we need you to do bigger things. You're capable of doing them. We need you to do bigger things. And I think Harrison is going to have himself a night tonight. All eyes are going to be elsewhere, and he's going to have himself a night.
While I was here with you yesterday, he spoke to the media, and sometimes I get the feeling he almost needs that as much as anything. Like, hey, they noticed. They're starting to notice again. Like, what? They see it. And so he's got to be like, oh, man, they're noticing that my numbers are falling off again. I've got to go put up 20 and 8.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things with him. I don't know. Like, every player is different. Every player needs different motivation. He certainly said it would be an emotional day. Like, that those are family.
Yeah.
It's
a bit of a lengthy clip, but since you you skipped shoot around yesterday and we're goofing around with me here, your partner over at the Kings Beat, Sean Cunningham, posted some video of Harrison Barnes that we can run for you right here.
It's tomorrow could be like an emotional night for a lot of people. Haliburton come back, Sabonis playing his team for the first time. Do you feel that going into a game like that, or are you going to say
that's Dukes Mason right there?
No, it's not another game. I mean, I remember when we played last year in Indy. I mean, it was like it didn't matter what the records were. It was just a lot of energy. Obviously, playing against guys that you consider family and things like that, but also it was an emotional trade for the guys who were involved with it. So, I know Domas was itching to play in that one in Indy, and he didn't get a chance to play in it. So obviously, with Tyrese and Buddy coming back, it's going to be a big game. I think for us too, with where we're at, obviously dropping the last few, we want to get a win.
What do you think the fan reaction is going to be tomorrow night for them?
I would say I hope it's positive, but in light of recent events, I don't know what the fan reaction is going to be.
I read that quote, in light of recent events. I assume he's referring to old Marvin.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Old Marvin.
in light
Old
of
Marv.
in light of recent events.
But look, I mean, those are, like I said, those are our guys. So I hope that, you know, it can be a positive reception, because after being on two different teams before and going back, I know how special it felt for me, you know, get a warm reception and, you know, to have the fans appreciate you and things like that. So going back and having it be hostile, I don't know how that would be.
There's Harrison Barnes right there. That's courtesy of Sean Cunningham and, as James says, Fox 40.
Fox 40.
There it is.
Sean Cunningham.
There it is.
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to do tributes. I would
Come on.
tribute videos?
No. Look, I'm drawing absolutely. I don't mean to be Paul Pierce here, but no, we're not doing that.
Not for Buddy Hield?
Tyrese was here 1 year.
Not for Buddy.
Buddy didn't want to be here like 3 of the 4 years he was here. Absolutely not. Scott Moak, let it breathe a little bit. Give him some love, and then that's it. We do not need a video for Tyrese Haliburton. I will walk out of the arena if the Sacramento Kings air a tribute video to Tyrese Haliburton or
You
Buddy
throw it
Hield.
on your popcorn
No.
and walk out. I am thinking about throwing down this salted chocolate chip cookie from the media room. I might throw it down and walk out of here.
The way that y'all talk about those chocolate chip cookies, those are the most coveted things in that media room.
Oh, so you see, you talked about Jake Fischer coming out. Jake Fischer didn't like the cookies. He wasn't all that impressed.
I mean,
he didn't make any friends there.
That's a one of one then, because everyone, if this, for context for those listening, if the Golden One Center came to the media people and said, guys, listen, we have to get rid of one of these, the Wi-Fi or the salted chocolate chip cookies, it would be unanimous that everyone would go, well, I'm just going to have to stay off the phone for a couple hours.
See, I've watched enough Survivor. I think we would try to give like a tribute instead. We would say, okay, you can take Jason Anderson.
Well,
or you can't take Sean. We'll give you Frankie, but you can't take the chocolate chip cookies.
Poor Frank. Giving up Frankie.
I'm just messing.
I'm voting against. We're not giving up Frankie.
We'll just give a tribute instead. You got to leave us.
Oh man, y'all be loving them cookies, man. Yeah, like you go back there, someone will be eating one. It's one I never had one. It's one of those things that I guess is so delicious. People have to tell you about it. Like I was saying, the NBA guys, this is amazing. This is the most amazing cookie I've ever had.
Yeah, and then Jake Fischer walks in like,
it's trash.
I don't understand what's going on here. These aren't good.
Again, James goofing around with me, Sean Cunningham, hard at work. They spoke to Tyrese Haliburton today, ahead of the game of the century tonight.
Been looking forward to this?
Yeah. You know, playing basketball, good to be back here and just ready to play.
What is kind of going through your mind and like emotions, or is it kind of all kind of put behind you?
Yeah, no emotions to it. It's just basketball. Fam's here, so just excited to come out here and compete.
Nice to come into this game on such a hot streak individually. Like, how do you feel you're playing and looking forward to showing everyone here what you're doing?
Yeah, I feel like I'm playing well right now. You know, it's exciting for us. You know, we're in a good place right now.
So
somewhere where a lot of people didn't expect us. You know, so you know, it's just exciting for us to keep proving people wrong every night. Myself to do it individually, it feels good, but you know, I'm just excited to come out here and compete every night. Got a great group of guys with me, so every night. So,
I'm a Tyrese Haliburton fan. He's lying. He's absolutely lying. You could see it. You could see it in his facial expressions. You could see it in his tone. He is not telling the truth. He's got a little edge to him over this game, and that's all right. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I love, and that's why I appreciate Harrison Barnes so much. Yeah, no, it's not. Like we know what it is. Like it's not another game. We know what it is. Tyrese, oh yeah, no, it's nothing. It's just playing basketball. Okay, but your family's here. Does your family travel with you to Oklahoma City too and everywhere? No, like it's okay that this game means something. That's all right.
Yeah,
it's all right.
I mean, if you look to, what Harrison said, like these guys are family. I think that's something that people just really, they think that everyone either loved or hated this guy or that guy. And that's just that might be true that you loved or hated him, but that doesn't matter. Like, we all just got done with Thanksgiving. You walked into that house, wherever it was, or they came to your house, and there were at least 2 people that you were like, oh man, I life would be better if they weren't sitting here at Thanksgiving with us. That's the same thing though. It's when you're a basketball team like this that travels so much together, that spends so much time together, and who spends time away from their family. So it's not just like the 6-month season. There are times where a lot of these players, their families don't travel with them and live in the city that they're playing in. So there are players that their families are not in Sacramento, that they're in a different location because it's easier, and that's where their family is, and it's where their support system is. So they miss out on a lot of stuff. And so these guys do become like your family. They're the people that, whether they're getting under your skin for a couple of days or you're upset with them for taking too many shots or whatever it might be, it doesn't matter. They're still part of, your inner circle.
Speaking of getting under your skin for a couple of days, let's hear what Buddy Hield had.
A lot of attention on this matchup. How much have you been looking forward to it?
I mean, Sacramento, I've been here for 5 years, but a lot of friends here, a lot of memories going here. I've been here for like 6 years. So I was looking forward to the matchup, but, just come on here trying to play faces basketball, get a game. I know it's the right answer to say, but we just come and treating every game as a regular game and come out with a win.
Is it hard to do that?
I mean, I've been relaxed. I've been calm. It's not hard. It's business of basketball, so it's nothing hard about it. We gotta go there and compete, have fun, enjoy it. It's our job, so we gotta go there and compete. But it's nothing hard about it. It's business of basketball.
Being back here, is there like a first thing you have to do? Someone you have to see? Place you want to go when you're in town?
First person I saw when I came back was Miguel. Miguel's my guy. He's been one of my good friends from a long time. When I go to Bahamas, he's always there with me in the Bahamas. He's been the guy to take care of my stuff when I wasn't here, help me move out, whatever. So Miguel's one of my good friends.
There's Buddy Hield right there talking to our Sean Cunningham and media contingent right there. Sean Cunningham, of course, of Fox 40. We'll regroup here for a couple of minutes because it's just another game tonight. Nothing to see here. I've got some thoughts on the college football playoff rankings I want to share with you as well. Another Shams note that I wanted to pass along. We've mentioned Jake Fischer a couple of times. We probably should talk about the article that he wrote and the reason he was in Sacramento eating those and disliking those salted chocolate chip cookies. So we'll dive into that as well. Anthony Slater coming up in about 30 minutes. Brenden Nunes in the go home hour of the show. That's all I had here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Well, they're locked in. I'll give them that. They are locked in. Not really. Not really. I was like thinking about that, reading your text, like, oh,
son of a.
We just got to use that sparingly.
Yeah. Where did there we go. The NBA Central picked up our video this morning on
50. Yeah, I saw the views on that. I was like, what the hell is going on here?
43,000 right now. Not bad.
50 and the Kings. We knew 50 was going to be out for a game. I guess it makes sense that it's this one.
I had to hold my my phone up to Sean. Did I spell his name right?
50 Cent. That's funny. That is
I'm
funny.
Googling.
That is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
That's a good pick. We didn't get that cool pick from the
Oh, that is a good one. I didn't see that. That's the Kings page?
Yeah. Chimezi Metu. Haven't heard her. Nice.
Deli's a sneaky big dude.
Yeah,
that's Deli at the end, right? Deli.
Yeah, he's a solid.
Yeah,
like legit 200. I don't know, 205, 210. Yeah, he's built. Yeah,
that's good stuff. Yeah, there's definitely tickets out there if y'all want to go tonight. As Cam said, yeah, it looks decent amount of tickets, pretty cheap. If y'all want to go, they out there. It'll be hopefully fun night. Yeah, I was expecting one of these today too. I was expecting. I know. I own it. I think he's more of a mock neck guy though. I got the full turtleneck on. He's more of a mock neck guy. I think that screen is going to get on my nerves at some point. I got to be honest. It's bothering me. That's the screen. I just don't think we need that screen right there. I think we have two screens that are doing the same thing. And so we need one of these to be a television. So we can all be distracted by World Cup games as they happen. No fanny pack, Kyle. No fanny pack today. It'll look. I assure you, it'll look much better when I put the jacket on, or it'll look less rock 1992 ish. Oh man. Are you into college football at all?
No.
Okay.
That's
I'm gonna
okay.
mention these things here really quick, and we'll move on. I guess I could. Well,
I used to bet football, and then I got really, really sick of watching college because of that.
I could probably put this off till tomorrow. It's not like it's pressing.
I don't care either way. Yeah, did you read the Jake Fischer story?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's good.
As soon as you tweeted it, I was like, oh,
he's a good writer. It's nice though. He drops in, spends 5-6 days in the city, gets unlimited access, and only has to write one story a week later.
Not bad. We could get into this more in depth as the week rolls along, but I believe the correct term is penultimate college football playoff rankings came out. No major surprises, but I think one thing is for sure. Georgia was number 1. Michigan was number 2. They put TCU at number 3 and USC at number 4. No gripe with any of those, but I think the most telling thing is that Ohio State is at number 5, which I think was expected given the week Clemson had, given what's going on with Tennessee now suffering 2 losses. Tennessee was right there on the door to be able to make the college football playoff, even with the loss, but they suffered a second one, which was a killer. And Alabama's at 6. So what that tells me is Georgia and Michigan, no matter what happens this week, Georgia and Michigan, if 4-loss Purdue beats Michigan, they're still making the college football playoff. They have a game to play with because there's no one who can jump them. There's no surefire candidate except for Ohio State. But you can't have Ohio State make the playoffs and Michigan not when Michigan just walloped Ohio State. So what yesterday's college football playoff ranking showed me is that no matter what, Michigan is making the college football playoff. No matter what, Georgia is making the college football playoff. Now, there's some other interesting scenarios in there, but the clearest is with Penn State now being ranked, I think, at number 8, Ohio State is the in. If USC blows it again to Utah, or if TCU blows it, Ohio State's moving in. Because I don't think they're going to put a 1-loss TCU team in over a 1-loss Ohio State team. I do think it's going to be a conversation, but I don't think they're going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd have to look, is losing to Michigan more valuable than, like, so if Michigan loses, right, somehow to Purdue, right?
Mhm.
So if Michigan loses, but they lose to Purdue, a 4-loss team, as opposed to Ohio State losing to Michigan,
Yeah.
then you'd have to consider that, even though one is way better than the other.
It changes. So if that's one negative for Ohio State, if Michigan loses, Ohio State's loss to Michigan looks a smidge bit different, because now Michigan's lost to the 4-loss, Purdue team, and it'll be the weakest loss of the weekend by far. And I tried to work through every scenario, especially with Alabama there, because right now, Alabama, Clemson, and Ohio State, they've had 17 of the 32 college football playoff positions in history. All three of them are out. Clemson has no way back in. I don't think Alabama does, but if TCU and USC lose, I don't know if they'd go Alabama over a 1-loss TCU, or I'm not sure how they would work their way through getting Alabama back in there. But they are 6th. They're right behind Ohio State. And even if LSU beats Georgia, I don't see LSU's route into the top 4.
It becomes chaos.
LSU beating Georgia really gets wild, because then you would have the team that lost. You could potentially have the team that lost the SEC championship in the college football and the playoff, and the team that won the SEC out, which I'm going to miss this in a year or two when it expands to 12. I'm not going to argue over the 13th team or the 14th team. I'm not going to do what Dan Dockich and Jay Billis do with teams like 67 and 68 in the NCAA tournament. Does not interest me whatsoever. I'm going to miss this discussion, because usually, and I think always, it works itself out. It always works itself out one way or another. And I'm looking forward to the weekend, because whether it's TCU or it's USC, I think someone's going to lose. And that's going to create, if they win, well, the top 4 set. It's easy. Not only is the top 4 set, we know the matchups. It'll be Georgia versus USC. It'll be Michigan versus TCU. It's already set. There's no reason to move any of them. But if they lose, if one or both of them lose, it'll be a lot of fun. And if the other interesting thing is, if USC loses, Ohio State goes in, or if either one of them loses, Ohio State goes in, I think they're going to try to avoid, and I don't, there's probably no way that it could happen. I think they're going to try to avoid USC, Michigan in the first round. Or I'm sorry, not USC, Ohio State and Michigan in the semifinals. They would only want that if it was in the national championship.
And that's not hard to do.
No,
because
because
1-4 and a 2-3.
Yeah, almost certainly Ohio State would be 4, as long as nothing weird happens with Michigan. I don't think it will. I think they're way too good of a team. I think they're a legitimate national championship contender. They're right there at number 2.
It's crazy. Harbaugh's turned it around. He's got it going the right way.
Well, Ryan Day was just, Harbaugh just coached circles around him. Like there are so many things that you can pinpoint in the game on Saturday where you look like, whew, that was a coaching decision.
Always makes you wonder, in Kenny's world, how many championships the 49ers would have if Harbaugh had just stayed.
In all likelihood, 20 to 22. 20 to 22. That would be my guess.
We miss you, Kenny.
Kenny should be back with us tomorrow. And back with the Bucks soon, Chris Middleton, according to Shams Karani. Chris Middleton is nearing his season debut for the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah, so these guys talked me into doing this fantasy basketball league, which I haven't done a fantasy basketball league in at least 20 years. And my 3 keepers were Anthony Davis, who's always hurt, Chris Middleton, who is on the IR, and Fred VanVleet. Those were my keepers. So thanks for the keepers, guys. But I'm about to get Middleton back. And I've got 2 wins. I'm 2-4 against these guys. I'm coming for you now. I'm getting Middleton back, just so you all know. Middleton is coming back.
Okay. Okay, we don't have to spend a ton of time on this. How does fantasy basketball work? Like you just said you're 2-4. Do you just play once a week?
Yeah, we play one opponent all week long.
Gotcha. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. So I mean, it's kind of unbalanced. So I basically won 1 week because Anthony Davis scored 100 points in a game, or right around it.
Very nice.
Like between his rebounding and his
Sure.
blocks and his, what he'd have.
He had like a 38-16 game not that long ago.
Oh no, he had a 22. It was like 30 something and 22.
He had a stretch of 3 or 4 games that were pretty absurd.
But it's like the 5 blocks and the 5 steals and the 5 assists that he had that also like bolstered me, and I just leapfrogged right over somebody. So. Yeah, so I'll talk trash here because like I'm trying at least. I didn't just say yes, I'll do it, and then like play a week and then stop like I did with the pick'em.
Yeah, that's what most people do with the
I forgot
pick'em.
2 weeks ago.
I'm pretty sure that's what Kenny's done. I'm pretty sure that's what Jesse's done. They've all kind of bailed out of the pick'em. But me, I'm still standing. I'm still strong. I am honorably losing on a week-to-week basis because this NFL season has been brutal. But the Bucks, you talk about bragging, the Bucks are 14-5 without Chris Middleton. They can afford to move him along pretty slowly here. And I'm not at all suggesting they don't need him. I'm suggesting that you don't have to hurry anything. Like if he's good to go, if he's healthy enough to come back, great. But you can do a lot of load management from now till playoff time to make sure that he is peaking at the most important time of the season.
Yeah, I mean, what they've done there is really interesting, and they keep sending Middleton down to their G League squad too. He's not playing from what I know, but
the Chima Monecki treatment.
He is. He's getting the Chima treatment. He is going down there, but it's good because he's getting extra practices in to make sure he's ready. And I hope that there's a day that the G League is used for that more. That you go send a guy down for 2 or 3 games, especially if you have like a back-to-back, or if you have 2 games in 3 nights where you can send a guy down, get him just a couple of game action days, and then bring him up like they do it with like a AAA assignment.
So things are going well for the Milwaukee Bucks. Not so much Ben Simmons and the Brooklyn Nets. Another report from Shams. This not too long ago, Net star Ben Simmons has a muscle strain in his leg and is expected to miss a few games. Nick Friedel narrowed it down a little bit more and said at the very least he's expected to miss the next 3 games. Ben just can't get on track, man.
No, but I love Nick Friedel. He's one of my favorite media guys. He's just
Nick is great. He was here a couple of nights ago, right?
He was here. I think was it New York? Oh, Brooklyn, when Brooklyn was in town.
That makes sense.
Yeah, just what a good dude. He's a good dude. Him and Bill Oram. Bill Oram makes me laugh the whole time.
Okay, let's reference the Jake Fischer article we've been talking about.
Yeah, let's get to it.
All morning. He wrote about De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis and the importance of that pairing and really how well that it's working. And he actually spent time with Domas and De'Aaron during his week here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really good. Like what we're seeing from national media is they're visiting Sacramento and they're getting some really good, just like they have an opportunity to write a story in a different way than we do when you're covering a team on a daily basis. And that's good. It's adding like another voice, but a voice that comes and then leaves. And, maybe the story has a little bit more of a shelf life just because they're able to write long form and really dig into stuff. And I think it's great. Like we're seeing that from Amick. We're seeing it, Slater's at more games. Amick's at more games this year than they have been in past years, which is, a really good thing to have those guys in the building. But it's always good when you're getting some exposure from the outside. And even Chris Haynes with his article on De'Aaron Fox and, the expected, they've got a baby on the way and all that stuff. And yeah, I mean, it's great. Jake is a really good writer. And I think when you read his piece, there's a lot of flavor in there and I like it. He's able to spend some time crafting a really cool narrative that, basically just part of what we talked about, how They're searching for stars. Monte McNair is searching for stars, and putting these two together is ended up being, how did he put it? Like 2 posts on a battery. So it's good. You're getting a really good outside perspective on the team and sort of the relationships that are blossoming behind. None of the quotes and stuff are things that we haven't seen and we haven't got from these guys as well. But when you're able to craft a larger narrative, it's pretty cool to see.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham, hanging out here with us today. We've got Anthony Slater set to join us in about 20 minutes, and Brenden Nunes coming up in the final hour of the show as we get ready for the Kings and Pacers tonight at the Golden One Center. And as a number of people in the chatty house have noted, over on youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Lots of tickets available for tonight's game if you want to go, and they're priced well. They're priced to move. Everything must go. So head over to Ticketmaster and grab some tickets for tonight's game, man. It is going to be electric. And I think it's the second. It's right after the lead-in, or it might even be referenced in the lead-in. It is. It's referenced in the lead-in. And perhaps the most innovative gimmick in professional sports, and also maybe the boldest. He's talking about the beam. Everybody loves the beam.
But no, I get what he's saying, and it is bold. It's bold,
yeah, for sure.
Because if you're losing and that thing doesn't get lit, then it becomes like another Sacramento Kings thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's really, really intriguing. I wonder who came up with the beam as well. I think that's gonna be something that, like, somebody came up with the beam. So, like, I know I worked with Brian Witt at NBC, and he's the guy who worked at our desk. He was he worked for Warriors.com and actually came up with Splash Brothers, the slogan Splash Brothers.
Oh, very nice.
And that's like, I mean, I'm sure he has it tattooed on him somewhere. It's like his claim to fame. Like, he shakes his hand, and I'm like, I'm Brian Witt, who came up with Splash Brothers. Like,
that's fair. I do that too.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. So, I think that it is a gimmick, but at the same time, like, I like it. I think it's something that, if you can keep winning, then it really does become sort of part of your identity as a team and your personality as a fan base and all that stuff.
I think he did a really good job too of laying out how these two kind of embraced each other, because he knows it's not like this isn't the Miami Heat where it was like, hey, let's go play in Sacramento together. It was kind of the circumstances of the team. It was the circumstances of the trade last year, and that's probably another. Again, funny enough that Domas, the guy who's been to 2 All-Stars and could very well get to a third one this year, is the often forgotten part of this deal, because it's always framed as Tyrese and De'Aaron, because they shared the backcourt and there was this belief that they needed to be split up. But we went through half a season, maybe even dating back to the season prior, of Sabonis trade rumors in Indiana. Like, everything Miles Turner is going through now, that's exactly what we heard from regarding Domantas Sabonis last year. There was this constant, oh, he's going to be moved. He's going to be moved. His price is right. Oh, no, he's not. Oh, Sacramento's talking to him. Oh, no, Sacramento's not. Who's talking to Indiana? Who's talking to Indiana? And then eventually the deal gets done, where I don't think anyone will ever forget the hug heard around the world when, that contingent of Pacers get here. I think it was the Wizards game. I think it was there was a back-to-back against the Wizards, and I think this was the second game. And no, that doesn't add up. Why would there be a back-to-back against the Wizards? But either way, I think it was a Wizards game, and the big hug between Domas and De'Aaron Fox, where De'Aaron just almost fell into his arms. Like, this is the greatest moment of my life to have you here. I don't think any Kings fan will forget that anytime soon.
No, I mean, why do people forget that Domas is such a huge piece of this? I mean,
because rivalries are better. Rivalries sell more.
Narrative sell.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. The narrative of a rivalry sells more. To the best of my knowledge, you would know far better than it. There's no rivalry between De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Haliburton, but they were two guards who are really, really good, and they're on a team that wasn't succeeding, and particularly because one was traded, it was, oh man, boy, this Tyrese De'Aaron thing really came to a head. Like, what? No, that's not what happened.
Not at all.
But it's the conversation. And it took place amongst fans because they're last year and, now, particularly after this 3-game stretch, the Fox haters come out of their little fox holes, if you will, and have something to say about him. Oh, we'd be better off if we kept Tyrese. We would have been better off if we did this. We should have traded him then. We should have traded him then. And it's just constant fuel to one of those outdoor gas patio fires. Like, it's just a gas fire, but we're going to throw gasoline on it anyways and make this thing blow up.
Yeah, I guess the narrative, like the reality that the first call that Tyrese made was to De'Aaron, and that they talked for a half hour and it was very emotional. That's not intriguing for people.
It's not.
And because they were very close.
That's not going to sell athletic subscriptions.
Yeah, they still remain very close. And so it is what it is. I mean, trades happen all the time. It's the hard part of the business. And I think the biggest thing for me is, Tyrese is a guy that you easily could have seen like finishing his career in Sacramento without any question. He had that kind of like impact on not only the community, but like his teammates and the franchise. He's just an easy guy to root for. But I also think Sabonis is too. Like I love how Ty, like, even like we watch the video, like Ty can put on faces, right? Mm-hmm. He definitely knows how to work a room and how to work a crowd. Sabonis can't do that. Like he's just so original and almost raw when he talks, and he's very forthright. He talks really fast. He's not comfortable in media situations. It really does feel like you're in speed round. You're like throwing questions
very fast. Yeah.
Like even today, we're like just pitching questions at him left and right, and you're trying to compete with other people because when you've been in a scrum with him a couple of times, you understand that it's coming. Like he's about to stop talking at any second, and you got to be ready to ask a question, or other people will. And so it ends up being like this barrage for like 3 minutes, and you get as much content out of that as you do in like 8 minutes of other players, because he's just like direct to the point, but he's always very honest and forthright and like almost vulnerable in a way for a guy that's that big. And I think he's a guy who can easily be the face of this franchise for the next decade as well. And I think he's going to be a guy who also plays like strong into his 30s.
We mentioned this earlier that Tyrese is almost certainly going to make the All-Star team this season. And he is very worthy of making the All-Star team this season. Is team success greater than individual success when it comes to how this trade will be perceived? Because we've mentioned it and we haven't really dove into it, and we'll talk to Anthony Slater in a couple of minutes. Anthony Slater wrote it wasn't leaning one way or another. Him and Sam just laid out what they thought about this deal and what it has meant for both teams and what it could mean in the immediate future and long-term future for both teams, pros and cons for each of those. Believe it or not, Chris Mannix did the same exact thing for Sports Illustrated, where there's been a narrative that I think has at least in the slightest started to shift. The Kings were killed for this deal, which is why you have to believe Domas was completely ignored in the conversation. Domas is he's so good, but I don't know if people saw the new shiny toy in Tyrese Haliburton. I don't know if their basketball IQs are so much significantly higher than, I don't know what it was, but the Kings were destroyed for this. Now with a little bit of a sample size, you see the way the Pacers are playing, you see the way that the Kings are playing. I think more people nationally are willing to recognize, yeah, this is a win-win for both teams. Both teams seem to really be thriving after this deal.
It's the knee-jerk reaction that everyone does now with trade analysis and trade grades or draft grades. Like they don't wait to see what happens in the end. And Like I'm as guilty of it as anyone.
Well, we need content today. We can't wait.
Well, exactly. But at the same time, like you have to understand this is a 2-time All-Star. Like he wasn't some schlub that you pulled off, that it was having a nice season on a bad team or something. This is a guy who's like put in the work and been really, really good. He not only that, but he's a son of an NBA legend, a global legend in the basketball world. His dad, Arvydas, was just like so incredibly good, for his national team and just like, so I don't understand why it's kind of been phrased that way. Well, I mean, I do because Ty is such a media darling. I mean, and he does play the game really well.
And as you laid out a second ago, Domas talks fast.
He does. Like, yeah, there isn't like settling into a long conversation with him. I think it's something that like, it would be interesting to sit down for like a half hour and like, okay, look, man, you're not going anywhere. Just try to give me longer answers. Try to like
have a drink, bro.
Relax
Let's
into
talk.
it. Yeah. Let's just talk and like, don't be protective because like a lot of times, especially for a guy like him, he's been traded 4 times now. Orlando, OKC, Indiana, and now Sacramento. So he's been traded multiple times and he's not a
But
player.
he didn't play for Orlando, did he?
No, but he was traded after he was drafted.
Okay.
Yeah. But those are things where you're like, why?
He was also traded for Paul George, too. Let's point that out. In the Oklahoma City trade, he was traded for Paul George.
Yeah.
It's not like he was traded for Yorgos Papagiannis. He was traded for Paul freaking George.
Yeah. I mean, I think that like you just ignore the fact that because he's moved around a little bit, that he is such a good NBA player and that he has, again, he's already got 2 All-Star games under his belt. He gets 4 more All-Star games roughly, and he leads a team deep into the playoffs once or twice, and he's looking at a potential Hall of Fame career. Like it's sitting there for him. So there's no reason to say that he can't be that player. And I know like Ty easily could also be a Hall of Fame player, but for right now, I mean, one of them is much closer to that goal than the other. And I mean, when you get into the league, you're always trying to figure out guys and like, who are they going to be? And are they going to be stars? Are they going to be superstars? Are they going to be role players? Are they going to be guys who are just fighting to stay in the league? And once you get to a point where you have a guy who shows that he can be an all-star player, then you wonder like, okay, do you have it in you to push for more or do you not? Do you want to set your goal to be a Hall of Famer? Because that's something that it's just about longevity. It's about stacking up some of these things. But I see Sabonis as a guy who has those motivations, although he always talks about team. He never talks about himself. And so, look, I still think it was a great trade. And if I were making the decision and I could see where we're at right today, I would still make the trade because the Sacramento Kings were horrible with Tyrese Haliburton and De'Aaron Fox on the roster last year. They are not horrible this year with De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. And that's not to say that it could have worked differently or things could have grown or anything else. But like realistically, this was a trade that was a huge win for both teams.
We've mentioned his name a couple of times here on the show. Anthony Slater. He joins us next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm going to get up for a second, Hammer.
Yep. I'll answer questions.
Happy hour with James Ham.
Here we go. Reed, question. Mr. Ham, do you think that Fox is not used to playing hard every night? Sabonis gets beat up, nobody's business, but still performs well. There's a big difference between a guy who takes a beating, but number one is built like a Mack truck, and number two plays in the post. So his actions, while he does get out and run with the ball on occasion, and he does have to run from one end of the court to the other, there's a big difference between getting beat up as a guard and getting beat up as a big man. Like durability wise, it's, like in order for De'Aaron Fox to be De'Aaron Fox, he has to have his speed and his quickness and his agility, and guards get hit hard. When De'Aaron Fox gets hit going to the rim, he's in full sprint mode most of the time. When Sabonis gets hit going to the rim, he's usually stationary, fighting through guys and pump faking. And sure, it hurts, but we're talking about upper body, getting hit in the arm, getting hit in the hands, shoulders, stuff like that, getting hit in the head, which has happened to him like so many times this season. With Fox, he's taking knees on the way to the rim, and he's getting knocked to the floor and taking big spills. I just think it's different. You guys have more questions for me? Let's see. Any chance Mitchell gets moved for an impactful wing? Like, look, I think Monte McNair showed you that he's willing to move just about anybody. So I don't know that they can get an impactful wing or not for him. But if he was traded, I wouldn't be like overly blown away. If he's part of this team for a long time, I also wouldn't be surprised. This question. Keita is not better than Holmes. I don't know if that's that's not a question. It's more of a statement. I don't think that Keita is a better basketball player than Richaun Holmes at this stage of their career, but that's never been my point. Keita is more similar to Sabonis in that he's a screen and roll player that plays below the rim most of the time. He's a big body and he can pass. And the way he clears space for other people, Holmes just doesn't do. And so he's closer in play style to Sabonis than Alex Len or Richaun Holmes. That's all I was saying. Eric P., are you going to shave tomorrow or let it rock? I'm actually, I got to be honest, I think I'm going to go clean shaven for the first time in like maybe a year and a half. So yeah, this thing's coming off tomorrow. I've had it way longer than this before. When I was in Europe when I was younger, I grew it down to about here one time. Is this year's officiating worse? From Fred. Yes. The NBA lost a lot of officials during the pandemic who are no longer covering games in the league. I think guys retired, like just the way everything worked out. Guys, one or two guys were forced out because they wouldn't go and get their vaccines, which the league is now being sued for. But I do think it's hurt the officiating. This straight Davion, another player for salary, and first for Miles Turner. I like Miles Turner, and I've always been willing to give that idea another look because I think if you had different players around them, better players around them, like again, Turner and Sabonis were always together with TJ Warren, who was not a good 3-point shooter for a lot of his career. And then, like, I don't know, you need floor spacers with those two if you're going to do it. I don't know what it would cost.
I like little brother 45's question.
Where's that one?
Ham, have the inflation numbers peaked? Will I be able to afford to buy a house this year?
Where's yeah, the reports today are good. Actually, I don't know if you saw. The Fed said that they think they'll be turning down the rates, which is a good thing. Is Cam Johnson a free agent this offseason? I thought Cam Johnson got his contract and then got hurt. I like Cam Johnson.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, Pacers probably say no to that deal that you were talking about.
It would be funny if the Kings just did business with no one else except for the...
Okay, so Jay Cliff, I don't know what you said to me on Twitter, but I rarely block anyone. And when I do, it's usually for being directly insulting towards me. And I'll just point out that the last 4, 5, 6 words of your question or your statement here, this, when you worked for the Kings, I have never worked for the Kings. So maybe I would unblock you if you actually weren't still being insulting, because that's what that is. I've never worked for the Kings. Working for NBC is totally different than working for the Kings.
Ham with us.
Yeah, that's a good question. Will you be able to buy a house? I know someone who's buying a house in this market, and I just, like, I don't know what in the world.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Appreciate those who have posted their Spotify notices telling us that D-Lo and KC, the Kings beat, Deuce and Mo, Locked on Kings have been some of their most listened to podcasts. We are available in podcast form. Of course, we're live every day, noon to 4, but we are on demand, both on YouTube and Twitch, as well as on the podcast, whether it's Apple, whether it's Spotify, wherever you get podcasts from, man, you can track us down and catch up with D-Lo and KC. Jesse does a great job of breaking the 4-hour show down into segments. So if you just missed our conversation with James Ham and you want to get caught up on that, you can click on that. Or if you miss our conversation with Brenden Nunes or Will Z, or we got Anthony Slater set to join us here in just a couple of minutes. He breaks those down for you so you can consume them that way rather than having to scan through an entire 4-hour show. So those, again, are available on Apple Podcast, Spotify, and wherever you get podcasts from. As we mentioned, Anthony Slater of The Athletic set to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. The game of the century tonight at the Golden One Center. The fate of the universe rests on this matchup between the Sacramento Kings. I don't know why you keep laughing at me.
Every time you say it, it makes me laugh.
Look, Anthony Slater. Look, Anthony knows what time it is. Look, Anthony, game of the century tonight, right?
I was asked this earlier, and I was like, on a scale of like 1 to Kevin Durant coming back to Oklahoma City, like I'll give it a 3. So game of the decade. How about decade?
Okay, all right, fine. Game of the decade. It's not game of the century, according to Anthony Slater, but game of the decade. I'll take it. Because I believe, and Anthony, you can confirm this as you've been working hard on this with Sam Amick recently, the winner of tonight's game officially wins the trade. Is that how it works?
Yes. They actually get awarded. You know how we've seen these college football rivalries lately, the Apple Cup, whatever. Yeah. They get some type of trophy afterwards. They will get like some type of trophy presented at half court.
It's very exciting. It'll be a beam. That's what we'll be getting.
It could be that.
All kidding aside, we welcome in Anthony Slater of The Athletic, who did write a kind of revisiting the Haliburton-Sabonis trade with Sam Amick that posted to The Athletic yesterday. And one thing that I was so happy you pointed out was Sabonis's impact on the Kings offense. It's James and I were laughing that Sabonis is often thought about as an afterthought when it comes to this trade, because it's the Tyrese Haliburton trade, and then there's the Tyrese De'Aaron dynamic, and sometimes it takes someone like you to point out, no, Domas is really, really good, and here's what he's done for the Kings offense so far.
Really important, and I think, I'm not necessarily sure he came to the Kings thinking, hey, I'm going to play like, a Draymond Green type offensive role. But with the way Mike Brown came in, he wants his bigs to be able to pass. That is Sabonis's really unique skill, right? I mean, he's right up there with Jokic and Draymond as far as like assists among big men, and the way he can dribble handoff, angle his screens, just some of the creativity he has, high post stuff, like that is like the lifeblood of this Kings offense. Most of their highlights you're seeing, it is, different backdoor cuts, or, even if he's not directly getting the assist, the action is beginning with him. And, we must all examine, why are the Kings the second best, now third best offense in the league? And I think Sabonis is like, James, you're watching it, but like a major reason that they're so good offensively.
Yeah, I know the first game he came to Sacramento, my son came to a game and he sat right down below us, and there was some play early in the game where he made a pass, and my son looked up at me from the stand and said, "Oh my gosh, he's so good." And that's like, he's one of those players that until you see him play every single game, you have no appreciation for what he does on the court. And it's kind of like, we had the joy of having DeMarcus Cousins here in Sacramento for 6.5 years. And I'm not being facetious when I say that. Like, there were so many things that he did that were squirrely and loud and obnoxious. But if you just to watch a player that is as gifted as him on the court is something if you don't get to see it, they hide in obscurity, like in places like Sacramento. And if they ever get themselves to a national stage where they can show that to other people, I just think like Sabonis fits into that mold. He's very special. And look at his career. He's played in OKC, he's played in Indiana, and now in Sacramento. Like, if he can get the Kings to the playoffs, I think he will be viewed in a completely different light than he is today. And again, he's like, they joked around on the Boston Celtics telecast, I guess, calling him like a broke man's Jokic. He's not a broke man's Jokic. He's not Jokic, but he's about the closest thing in the league that you have to Jokic outside of Jokic himself, except for he's in much better shape. He's physical. He's such a beast. And I think people overlook him, and I think it's really sad. He'll get his due, though. I think he'll get his due in the long run.
Yeah, I also think, I mean, you made a key point within that, like just making the playoffs. Like his mission and the franchise's mission is to make the playoffs, where I think sometimes in the modern, era, we get caught up in like, could that guy survive in a Warriors Celtics NBA Finals? And it's like, you know what? You like, if Domantas Sabonis is playing in the West Finals this year for the Kings, like he's probably against the Warriors, we'll say he's probably getting picked on and pick and roll, and that's one of the stories on why the Warriors survived the series 4-1 or something like that, because he was targeted on high screens. But it's like, there's still regular season basketball, and there's still like these nightly, I guess. Again, they just are trying to make the playoffs. And I think he creates such a tough regular season offense to play against, because he's unique, the way he can pass and do stuff. Like, he's not just going to get regularly, targeted on a nightly basis. So I think he's probably will get some level of appreciation. But again, the objective is making the playoffs, and still late November. So we'll see.
Tyrese will. You're talking about team objectives, and that's fantastic. Tyrese is absolutely almost certainly going to be an all-star this year, given the way that he's played. You think Domas has a chance to be an all-star?
Probably not, because I think it's crowded in the West. I mean, a chance, sure, but like I think Fox is probably their all-star, right? I mean, I think he'll probably be marketed that way. And I'm not sure. We'll see, because the standings are so crowded, but I'm not sure the Kings get two. So that's probably where he might be on the outside looking in. But
that's a good point that I haven't thought of, because they often factor like how many all-stars you get based on how many wins your team has at that point. It's so clustered in the Western Conference that there's probably not going to be a lot of separation between, potentially 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe even all the way down to 10.
Well, I think you even said it, Slater. It's November. It's almost December, but
to be fair, it's November 30th.
Yeah. I got you. Well, I mean, we're at the 20 game mark of the season tonight. Yeah. And so what I mean by that is that, when we get to game 50, we're going to have a much better idea. And this whole bunched up thing, it's not going to look the same. No. I think we'll see a major separation between the top 11 teams sort of taking off, but also like individual teams, like separating themselves from small packs, and it's kind of the way it goes. But even right now, you can start to see where, there are teams that you thought would be there that are starting to climb slowly.
Mm-hmm.
Or, Jazz kind of dipping, Portland dipping. Remember, like 3 weeks ago, we're like, could this be the 1-2 seed? I mean, I hope nobody was saying that seriously, but to me, if they're a surprising, let's say come January or right around real all-star marketing time, if they're a 4-5 seed and you're like, man, the Kings are still like mid-season, like in the 4-5, they could get two. You could get two all-stars in there. But if they're where I probably think they will be, which is right around more 8-9, I just think you're getting one. And I think you're already seeing the way the Kings are even talking. It's like Fox, they're really trying to pump Fox up to become a first-time all-star.
Anthony, you wrote about you and Sam Amick wrote about like the Mathurin, the Mathurin Tyrese conversation. I think is really fascinating. Benedict Mathurin has been incredible, and the Pacers have been really, really good this year. But you look at that, and I think you framed it. That's the backcourt of the future, and I just walked away from it like, why is Benedict Mathurin so different than Tyrese Haliburton and De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah, I think Mathurin is more of like a two, like an off-ball scorer, like, catch and shoot. Although, they've separated their minutes, I think smartly. Carlisle's done that. Mathurin runs the second unit. I believe they're starting Nembhard. Mathurin still plays a ton, but I think it's been purposeful, like, somewhat of a stagger with those two. Whereas when we get a year or two from now, just like with Haliburton, by year 2, there will be more of a conversation when those guys have to both be starting and playing 36 minutes a night. Like maybe there will be somewhat of a friction, but I do think Haliburton needs the ball to be his best. Fox needs the ball to be his best. I do think Mathurin a little bit more can be just an off-ball sniper that can also do second side action, second side playmaking, but more of a true shooting guard than the other two.
I'll also point out too, like I think it's something that people sometimes miss, that Sabonis needs the ball a ton as well. But there's such a big difference between needing the ball when you're a perimeter player, needing the ball when you're big, and playing a big and a small playing off each other versus two smalls playing off each other. And I think that's probably the biggest issue why I don't think that this, like the Fox and Haliburton tandem, could have been elite. I mean, I think they could have been really, really good together. Defensively, I think they would have been a hot mess. But the fact that you're mixing like your bigs, and I also, like we were talking earlier, just look how well Miles Turner's playing without Sabonis there. And I don't think it's a knock on Sabonis. I think, or like this huge boon for Turner. It's the fact that all of a sudden Turner's able to do some of the things that he wasn't able to do when he had a gigantic big standing in the middle of the key. And so I think really the pairings match up really well. Like, I don't know that Haliburton and Sabonis would be as good as Fox and Sabonis. And I don't think that Fox and Turner would be nearly as good as, what we're seeing from Fox and Sabonis.
Combinations matter. 5-man. You talk to any coach across the league, they obsess over like, how does this 5-man combination work? How does this 3-man combination work? And I mean, to your point again, like, especially because I do think this is in the Mike Brown realm, the Warriors of the last 6 years and what he learned from them. But it's like, let's just take Damian Lillard, for example, right? You would consider him, particularly over the last 8 years, like, and maybe you would consider him a more elite player than Draymond Green. Steph Curry and Damian Lillard together in an offense would not work nearly like Steph Curry and Draymond Green work in an offense because of all the pet action and 2-man, big, small, screens and high screen action. Whereas like Steph Curry and Damian Lillard would want to do kind of the same thing. And this is probably, I guess a lower level example of that.
Who are you more surprised by right now, Anthony? Are you more surprised by where the Kings are, or more surprised by where the Pacers are?
The Pacers, because the Pacers, this wasn't supposed to be their like organizational objective, right? They were supposed to be, screaming towards Wembanyama. And, I think if the Lakers had been willing to, put the second unprotected pick on the table preseason, Buddy Hield and Miles Turner might have been on the Lakers, and they would have nothing really to show for it except for a bought out Russell Westbrook and a couple picks. So I just, I guess in retrospect, you look at their team, like, there's a lot of solid players there. Rick Carlisle's always going to coach a team up. So I can see why they're good. But if you were just saying before the season, I would have believed the Kings were better because I think the Kings overall wanted to be better more than the Pacers did.
Do you think the Pacers' overall objective has completely shifted? Or do you think that we're still going to come back to that? We're going to revisit whether Turner, whether Buddy Hield finish the season in Indiana?
Yeah, I think that's going to be like conversation either up until they're traded or up until the deadline. And, the Pacers will have to make that choice. And some of that might be determined by how they play over the next month. As December becomes January, do they fall off a cliff a little bit? Are they sitting even if they're sitting in the 9-10 range, that's historically where Herb Simon, their owner, has been fine with. He prefers relevancy over bottoming out and getting a great pick. But we've all seen Wembanyama. We've all even seen Scoot Henderson. Like, this is a great draft class, even beyond Wembanyama. At some point, some of these franchises need to look at themselves and be like, is it worth, trying to, you're 9, you can get up to 7, best case, you can win a first round series, or is it better to bottom out? And I think the Pacers are in a good spot to bottom out a little bit, but, I'm sure you're going to have Carlisle being like, we're competitive. I'd rather have these guys around, or even like a Haliburton, right? If you told him, hey, you could have Victor Wembanyama guaranteed next year, maybe he'd agree to this plan, but I'm sure he's enjoying winning right now, leading the league in assists. Like, that's not going to happen if Hield's gone, if Turner's gone, if they sell off.
Did Steph travel last night?
I thought so.
Yeah,
both times.
yes. I love that he reacted like he did. He was really upset about it.
Well, the funny thing is, so end of the third quarter on a 2, there was 10 travels called in that game last night, by the way. I don't know if that was a record or not, but Steph did the same move at the end of the third quarter, like the step back to his left, and then he changed the pivot foot. They called the travel. Then he did the same thing. And then after the game, he's like, I did travel on the first one. I didn't think I did on the second one. It was a difference. I was like, again, I'm not a ref. I'm not Steph Curry. I'm like, I didn't really see the difference there. It reminded me of the Hero non-call in Miami. Really,
the exact same play.
Yeah.
The
so
exact same
maybe
play.
and the Mike Brown definitely made the officials have to look at that a little bit tighter. Maybe that's part of the emphasis that went into that game, because it was a travel fest in that game.
That wasn't fun to watch. That wasn't fun to watch.
It really wasn't.
Hey, you brought up Victor Wembanyama. Is there a player that, there's no one who's ever been like him. But is he the biggest? We were discussing this earlier. Is he the biggest star to come into the league since LeBron?
Maybe. I mean, Odin Durant was like a big draft. Zion, I thought Zion, just from a marketing standpoint, Duke, he was pretty big.
The exploding shoe in front of the president. That was a pretty big.
Was great. But I mean, he does look like.
Oof.
I would say since LeBron, he looks like unlike any player we've seen where you're like, this is like a one of one. Zion kind of was a one of one too. You're like this, linebacker who's running like a 4.40 40 out there. But he's in that realm that we're talking. And I know some people have argued best prospect since LeBron.
I wasn't around. I feel like we talk about this dude like they talked about Lou Alcindor coming out of UCLA. Like, this dude is going to change basketball forever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what it was with LeBron. LeBron, I mean, they started playing his high school games when he's 16 on ESPN.
True. Yeah.
I mean, we started seeing this guy everywhere, and it was like, oh, he's a can't miss. And he did
surpass the hype.
Yeah, he
completely surpassed.
Yeah, he surpassed the hype. And I think Victor has an opportunity to change the game, to change the way the game is played. And whether he lives up to that or not, we'll have to wait and see. But he's fun.
Yeah, I would say the difference and why I would consider LeBron like a better prospect than Wembanyama is he's more of it's like the physical tools are insane. And if it's all put together over the course, if he stays healthy over the course of 2 decades, we all see that it would be something we've never seen. But LeBron's feel for the game at a high school level was I'd never seen it. It would look like a true 25-year-old star small forward, NBA small forward that was just dropped in a high school game. The way he could just feel you could tell how advanced he was mentally beyond just the physical tools. And that's what I think as a prospect. Again, I was pretty young when it was happening, but I remember being like, I've never seen anything like this just from a mental standpoint.
I think that's one of the most amazing things about LeBron too, that it's amazing to think that stuff was 20 some odd years ago. And if you weren't around when people were talking about how great he was at 16 years old and how he was NBA ready at 17 years old, you might not have the same appreciation for what he's done in his career. When you talk about setting the bar massively high and him just far surpassing that bar that they put in front of him, it's unlike anything I think we've ever seen.
If you weren't in Arco Arena the night that he debuted, right?
I was there. That's big
you
fact.
Were? Okay, good. I was
Mike
there.
Cunningham got his autograph that night accidentally. That's a great story.
Sean just got fired from Fox 40 because James let that slip out.
I remember watching him, and my thought was, he's Karl Malone that plays so far above the rim. And I didn't think that there was any way that a human body could hold up at 6'8", 270 as a rookie, as an 18-year-old. I just don't know how he's been able to maintain his body, because that's so much weight. He does carry, he's in incredible shape, but just the muscle mass that he carries, the weight that he carries as a player, and to still have the leaping ability, to still be able to do some of the things he does, it's just absolutely remarkable how his body's held up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, still. I mean, it's Tom Brady-like in the longevity for sure.
It's remarkable how Anthony Slater held up through this, because it appears he was holding his microphone through the duration of this conversation. That's commitment, my man. We really appreciate it.
When I'm talking, I'm holding it. For reasons that don't matter to you guys, I'm not at my normal location right now. So I don't have the mic stand, the mic setup. So when I'm talking, I'm holding it. And when you're talking, It's down at my knee.
It's heavy. It's heavy.
We appreciate you, Anthony. We'll see you tonight, man. Thank you for joining us.
All right, fellas.
All right, it's our man Anthony Slater right there of The Athletic. Yeah, John Bull does make a good point. I don't know where John Bull's point went, but he had a good one. There it is. There were 30,000 people at LeBron's first game ever. That's one of those stories that I think how many did Arco hold? Maybe 16,000. But so many people are going to tell you that they were there that it's going to be one of those things where ultimately like 30 to 40,000 people were at the Arco Arena that night for LeBron's first game ever. There are grandkids somewhere who their I was there. They weren't there.
Yeah, I wish I could have gone. It was like everyone knew it was going to be a huge, huge night.
Shout out to my girl Christina, who's still with the Kings. I was the morning show host at KSFM, and we were wrapping up, and I was like, I got to find a way to get. I got to get to the game tonight. I have to see this kid. Like he can't be as good as everyone says he is. He just can't be. And got off the show, and Christina had called the front desk and said there'd be 2 tickets waiting for me at the game. And I recently, when I moved like a year and some change ago, I found the little pen, the little
from the game,
that they gave you because obviously it was opening night, and I remember walking into the bowl before the game started and seeing the massive amount of people that were surrounding this 18-year-old kid on that side of the floor.
Absolutely crazy, absolutely incredible. I had a 5-month-old, so that's probably why I didn't go to the game. Which tells you about the longevity of him. Yeah. My son's in college.
Man.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
And he was 5 months old.
And LeBron scored like 38 a couple nights ago.
Yeah. I mean,
he scored 38 points. I think it was the day after Thanksgiving.
Well, and speaking to the feel that Anthony was talking about, in that first game, 25 points, 9 assists. How does a kid come into the league against an incredible team in the Sacramento Kings at that point? No Chris Webber. He was injured with the knee injury for the first half, but they had traded for Brad Miller. And but that team was really good against elite defenders like Doug. Some really, really good defenders. Anyway, yeah, amazing what he's been able to do.
We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. Brenden Nunes set to join us coming up here in about 30 minutes. And we've got the phone lines open for you as well. 916-909-1320. And Stilo and Casey here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Brad Miller's Kings debut. That's what everybody was there for.
Crazy. LeBron that night, 25-9. The second leading scorer for the Cavs, which I don't even know who that is. J.R. Bremer? Just randomly went 6 of 9 from 3. And he was paired with Ricky Davis, Carlos Boozer, Zydrunas Ilgauskas, and Darius Miles.
Ricky Davis.
Yeah. Their starting lineup, this is how much the NBA has changed. The starting lineup on that Cavs opening night for LeBron went 0 for 2 from 3. This J.R. Bremer guy came off the bench, went 6 of 9. They were 6 of 11. No other player. So LeBron and J.R. Bremer shot threes. That's it.
That's amazing.
That's crazy stat stuff. How the game has changed. And again, the Kings.
So different.
Peja went 2 of 8 from 3. Brad Miller went 0 for 1. No other Kings player shot a 3-pointer that night. They went 2 of 9. That's like a bad first quarter for this year's Kings. That's crazy.
I noticed the number of threes that they're taking has gone down.
Yeah, teams are taking stuff away.
Yeah, we should probably talk about that. I actually had that pulled up somewhere.
They're making adjustments. They'll make adjustments. Like Herter won't. I mean, he's missed his last 13. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I should have got a drink on that break.
Go ahead. You got time.
Do we have time?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'll be right back.
At least I thought here they are. Yeah, I know Charlie was here. Well, I'm going to talk to Charlie about that. Patrick Peterson, Shades, Kyler. Oh, Lord. Where is this Kings number I was looking at? Oh, there it is. I guess it's not that bad. 36, 31, 45, 35, 30. I guess it's not that bad. It's not as bad as I thought. John, I will fall out if James comes back with an Orange Crush soda. I will absolutely fall out. We see 11 3-point shots in it. Yeah, it's for real. For real. Yeah, you guys all caught that. Yeah, going back and looking at 3-point numbers are pretty crazy. And obviously that was what, 2000, was it 3, 4? You go back and look at those numbers from the 80s. Oh, it's wild. Wild. Oh, man, that's a good call, Rob Dub. Do we need to start a GoFundMe for the vending machine guy since Kenny's out? Maybe. I assume Kenny's coming to the studio tomorrow. I don't know that for sure, though. I assume he is. He likes to come into the studio. I don't think he likes doing the show from home as much, but obviously circumstances have changed a little bit, so I don't really know what Kenny's plan is tomorrow. Vending machine needs to start stocking up on. Man, they might make a fortune if they did that, and unfortunately, I think that stuff would go bad pretty quickly. I'll have to do that. I've never done that, Sacktown Tony. There you go. There you go, Deuce. It's a good call. It's a good call. I just noticed the segment timer. Well, what segment is that timing?
I don't think it times anything. It's just up there. I have the same thing on my TV too, but it doesn't do anything.
Huh. All right. I was like, have we been in commercial for 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes? Oh, maybe we have. Maybe that's what it is.
Does your segment timer work?
It says 3 minutes and 37 seconds, and it's ticking.
Oh, maybe it is that then. Mine just says double zeros.
Well, it's counting up. I'll have to look at it when we come back on the air and see if it resets. If Kenny's not here, James has volunteered to do Drake bars tomorrow.
Nope.
I think. I mean, can we get some Deuce bars tomorrow? Because tomorrow is the first Thursday of the month.
Why don't you you get Matt George to do?
Oh, Matt's here tomorrow too.
One of his songs.
Yeah, Deuce,
he can double
Deuce and
down.
Mo and Matt. I think
he can triple down, quadruple down.
He can. He can do a song. We don't need Tyrese. Maybe.
Why would I don't listen to country at all? Come on now. I'm not giving you McGraw bars.
Jay Cliff really wants you to unblock him, man. He's really fighting for it. You gotta admire Jay Cliff's commitment to this. He really just wants to follow you on Twitter, man.
He's very upset. Jay Cliff, go ahead and just send your Twitter thing in there, and I'll see what I can do.
We appreciate you for being with us. If you're watching on youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320, please hit the thumbs up if you're on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the subscribe buttons if you're on Twitch. Hit the follow button. Hit the subscribe button. There's not as much that you could do on Twitch. Our growth is a little bit slower over there, man. But YouTube's popping, and we appreciate that. Become a subscriber. Introduce us to some of your Kings fans, friends, man. We'd greatly appreciate it. We were noting this. It's actually not as bad as I thought. I had said to him right before. Actually, I don't even know if I said it before the break. I might have said it during the break. That the Kings' 3-point attempts have gone down a little bit. And it actually isn't as bad as I thought. They shot 36 of them against Boston. They shot 25 of them. That's the one that really stood out against Phoenix last game. 31 against Atlanta. So I guess it's not that bad, but there was a game, a couple of, nice against San Antonio, which of course they won big. They shot 30. We know how important the 3-point game is to this team, and coming out the gate, even though they were 0-4 to start the season, they shot 44, 35, 43, 38 out of the gate. Once they got going a little bit, 31, 44, 36, 40, 40, they've regularly been at that 43-point attempt mark, or really, really close to it, like with 38 or 39. And we've seen that drop down a little bit recently.
Yeah, teams are adjusting to them, and it's something that Mike Brown needs to figure out the next step. What's the next adjustment that you make? And I think, again, like tonight against a team like Indiana, you're going to get those threes if you want to take those threes. But I think this team is also proving that they don't have to get threes to be in it like that. I mean, we talked about it last game where you had one made three-pointer between 60% of your starting lineup. And that's not even considering like Sabonis, but like between Herter, Barnes, and Keegan Murray, they had one made three, and you still had 32 assists. So this team can get what they want. So you don't have to concern yourself with just getting all those threes. Sometimes the flow of the game dictates that you take what they're giving you, and that sometimes that's scoring at the rim, and that's a good thing. This team is a little harder to do that against, this Indiana team, because they do have, a bunch of length.
Yeah, you point that out, that 25 3-point attempts in that last game. Maybe they're, again, you're going against the top team in the Western Conference. Hashtag no moral victories. But if you look to take away something from that, it's like, we've got something that's working, which was a big complaint against Boston. When the team was working inside, particularly Domantas Sabonis, and they went away from it, It was working against Phoenix, and they stuck with it. Yeah, you got to watch what you say on this show. It dictates is a really tough word.
I don't know why.
Say slowly. Yeah, no.
Why it got stuck? Because I literally went to the Coke machine to go get, and I blew up the Coke machine, and it reset their server, and so I wasn't able to get.
I noticed you.
I was looking for.
We were speculating whether you were going to come back with an Orange Crush or what you were going to come back with.
I was eyeballing a nice Gatorade in there, and now I've got the Cottonmouth. So.
I'm legitimately fascinated by people who can just drink Gatorade as a beverage.
Okay,
like I just find that amazing. Like I'm thirsty, I'm going to drink Gatorade like that.
Okay,
I'm fascinated by that. I admire you people.
It's no different than drinking juice.
No, it's very different. Like
nobody drinks Gatorade for the electrolytes.
It's loaded with salt, and you all just walk around chugging it. It's not the same as drinking juice.
Well, I didn't know they put salt in it, so
that's what the electrolytes are.
Oh, the more you know.
The more you know. Back to the point at hand. The Indiana Pacers are second.
Dictates.
Yeah. The Indiana Pacers are second in the league in block shots on the 6.6 per game. They got a bunch of guys. I mean, clearly Miles Turner.
Wait, give me that stat one more time.
6.6 blocks per game. They're second in the NBA overall. So this is a team that, like, if you're going to go inside.
Do you know to who? Second to who?
Yeah, I had it just 2 seconds ago, to Brooklyn.
Because I was going to say, okay, I remember this conversation. We talked about this. So the Kings are winning by 40 tonight.
You know who's last in the league?
I'm going to guess Sacramento.
Sacramento Kings, 3.2 assists, blocks per game. Yeah. Yeah, but they've got a long roster, a bunch of guys that can block shots. And I think it's something that, again, you're looking at Miles Turner leading the league at 2.6 blocks per game, but Jalen Smith is playing well. He's, again, that's a guy. When we talk about the types of players the Kings really need, Jalen Smith, 11 points, 7.3 rebounds, a block per game. And last year he's much better than the 26.8% that he's shooting from three right now. But this is just it's an athletic team, and it's kind of how they build their roster is with these guys like Isaiah Jackson. Yeah, I think this is a good trade candidate team because they got a couple of guys that would make sense in a Kings uniform.
So maybe I'm just low basketball IQ guy. Why wouldn't Indiana want Miles Turner around, especially with Tyrese there now for the long term?
Well, I don't think that's the problem. I think it's that he's an unrestricted free agent at the end of the season, and he's been looking to cash in for a while. And he also is,
and he's got the Sabonis thing where he's going to become a restricted free agent because they can only offer him so much.
Well, no, because he's their own free agent. So, and he didn't get, I guess, yeah, he is playing on a lower contract. So yeah, he's around.
There's like a percentage that they can
there's
increase
a percentage. And
like I'm sorry, there's a percentage they can increase it on an extension.
Yes,
which
exactly.
is why he has to hit free agency.
Yes,
so he can be on the market. Gotcha.
Yeah, and with Turner, I mean, he's a guy who all of a sudden is coming into his own as a scorer, and he's always been a guy who wanted that for himself, and the Pacers really weren't just buying into it. And again, they had Sabonis, so it really gummed up all the things that he was trying to do as a player. Now he's kind of free to roam about the country and do whatever he wants, and he's doing really well. I mean, he's been a really, really nice player this year. He's averaging 18 points, 8.5 rebounds. He's not a big assist man, 1.6 assists per game, but 2.6 blocks is tops in the NBA, or was tops yesterday. 39.7% from three.
I feel like that's such a, if you move on from, I feel like that's such a stop button on what they're doing, on what the Pacers are doing right now. And maybe you're okay with that. Maybe that's your, again, we used this analogy earlier. Maybe that's your, 2 steps back to take a step forward move that we often talk about with Harrison Barnes and the Sacramento Kings and asset management. It just seems like this is working so well. The Kings are going to have to. There's obviously a risk that Sabonis leaves in free agency. Domantas Sabonis is not signing a contract extension here. He hopefully signs a new contract when he becomes a free agent, but he's not going to sign anything before becoming a free agent. If I'm the Pacers, at least with what I've seen so far, that's the gamble you take with Miles Turner.
Yeah, it's a gamble you take with Miles Turner, especially if they decide not to go for it this season, or if they fall short, then what are you doing? Because now you could lose him as well. And he's a guy who he wants the bright lights. He wants to be a number one scoring option. That's something that's been big for him. And a lot of teams were looking around like, hey, look, we're probably not going to trade for him just because of that, because we don't think he fits like what he wants to be and what we want him to be aren't the same thing. What we want him to be is what he's doing for you guys, but that's not what he wants. And then I would say this, they keep loading up on guys sort of like this, like the rim runner guy. And I think it's, like that is who Tyrese Haliburton loves to play with. He is going to make these players, even if they aren't exceptional at that, as long as they can go up for an alley-oop, he's going to make them better players. And the fact that you got a couple of these guys that can actually hit 3-pointers as well, they definitely have some room to kind of expand on what they're doing.
Does Jay Crowder make sense to you here?
Yeah, just because I don't think you're getting enough production out of your forwards as of right now, between Harrison, Keegan, and then whoever you put in behind them. If you had someone that you knew could be a lockdown defender, and I think that, but could also give you some offensive, flow and some rebounding presence, which Crowder does. He's an older, not as like versatile as a defender, but like a defensive player like a KZ Okpala, but just way more refined. Someone that what you're getting out of each and every night, and brings toughness and brings an attitude, can defend the 3 and the 4. Like, I think it would make sense, but what are you going to give up, and what is Phoenix really looking for there, and all that stuff? I don't think it's going to be tough to make a deal with a guy like that.
Yeah, I did. Jay just caught my attention because I saw something about the Washington Wizards being interested in him, and it's like, Jay Crowder's still just sitting out there in the universe and doesn't seem to have bothered the Phoenix Suns too much. But he's just still sitting out there, waiting to be dealt with a number of teams, often referenced as potential suitors. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on YouTube, wherever you are. We appreciate you for being with us. We appreciate James Ham for being with us here this week. Kenny set to return most likely tomorrow. Of course, he doesn't want to miss Drake bars. He doesn't want to miss the game. Slater says of the decade. I still think it's the game of the century tonight between the Sacramento Kings and the Indiana Pacers at the Golden One Center. Tickets still available if you want to be a part of the fun in person. All kidding aside, game of the century, game of the decade, and winning the trade by winning the game and all of that, I do feel like an unreasonable amount of importance has been put on this game for the wrong reasons. The Tyrese stuff, the Buddy stuff, the trades, the hey, we're not as dumb as the national media, made us out to be, and all of that. But in the moment, the Kings have lost 3 straight. They're at home. They got a back-to-back this weekend, and then they're going on the road trip from hell. You've got to win tonight's game to really, and that's all that it is at this point, is just keep pace with the rest of the Western Conference.
Yeah, you need to find a way to build some sort of buffer before you go on a 6-game road trip where you could go 0-6, 1-5,
go really
2-4.
Yeah, it could go
3-3 would be like, holy cow, I can't believe they split, because that's a tough road trip. Yeah, so you really do need to start banking some wins, and you don't want to hit that 4-game win streak, loss streak again, because that kind of negates the 7 games that you won. So you had the 4-game losing streak. To start the season, if you lost 4 right now, it would kind of say like, look, you guys are just too inconsistent. If you can snap this right now and start getting back on the right path, then it's like, okay, what do you got? Can you split the weekend? If you win today, that puts you 2 games over 500. You split the weekend, you're still 2 games over 500. Can you come back from the road trip at 500 or around 500? And that's, that's big. It's big. You don't want to fall too far behind and sort of lose your place in the standings, and you want positive momentum moving forward. I think the Kings are really, really focused on this just being another one of 82. Like the emotional stuff, sure, they're gonna love to like stick it to them, but I think it's a lot of like, it's fan driven, it's media driven, it's fun to talk about. But at the end of the day, this team really, really knows they need a win. And they know that they need to play better. They know that they have 3-4 starters who aren't playing well right now, and they need to wake up and have a good contest.
And I think many of them will. And for those who are unaware, who don't live and die by the Kings schedule like we often do, you obviously have the game against the Pacers tonight. You have the back-to-back, the Saturday, Sunday back-to-back this weekend in LA, then back at the Golden One Center for Chicago. And then midweek next week, man, they are off and running at Milwaukee, at Cleveland, at New York, at Philadelphia, at Toronto, and it ends on Friday, December 16th at Detroit. That is brutal. You could look at Detroit and like that's fine, but everything before that is tough. And starting with Milwaukee and going into Cleveland, that's tough, because Cleveland feels like I guarantee Cleveland feels like they owe the Kings one.
Yeah, I agree, but I'll even point out the Detroit game is the last of a 6-game road trip.
And how do those go?
Those never go well. And so even the one game where you're like, you can circle and say, okay, that's a beatable team. I think of those games, you look at the Knicks, you look at the Pistons, the other 4 teams are very good and going to be very difficult to beat. Philadelphia is beat up. Maybe you can get them if they're still as beat up as they are. And the Kings do owe them one for last year.
Yeah, Harden will be back by then. Now, there's no telling
in theory
what. Yeah, I mean, there's no telling what type of management, what
Santa suit.
Yeah, well, there's that. There's no telling what version of James Harden you're going to get, but he should be back next week. Thus, be playing by the time the Kings and the Philadelphia 76ers play in Philly. But with that, they're gone virtually the entire first half of December. And home the entire second half. When they get back from the road trip, it's a homestand with Charlotte, Los Angeles, Washington, Denver, and then Utah on the last day of the year.
Yeah. I mean,
second to last day of the year.
This is a difficult schedule. The whole first half of the season is difficult. You're not really getting a bunch of gimmies here and there. There is this stretch here where they could pick up a bunch of wins at home. So, but again, you have to play well, and you can't just expect to pick up wins against teams. Even like I'll circle like in January 11th and 13th, they play Houston 2 games in a row, which is weird that they keep doing this with Houston. It's like the 3rd year in a row where they've played Houston twice, like right in a row. I think last year they played back-to-backs on the road in Houston. This year they play the same team twice again. And it's always the Rockets, but like those are games where you just want to like say, oh, you got those. But like, look, any given night you can lose a game. And
I love this. That's a Wednesday ESPN game. The first one is a Wednesday ESPN game. It's Mark's game. I'm confident Mark Jones will be on the call for this Kings Rockets game for ESPN.
That's funny.
I've been waiting for this to happen all year. This is fantastic.
Is it like watching the little thing bounce around the screen?
Well, it was like yesterday.
Will it hit the corner?
It was like yesterday when James Ham was here hosting the show, and then we played a clip from the game the night before, and it's James Ham asking a question to Malik Monk. So it was this third world James Ham. That's what it's going to be when Mark Jones calls the game for ESPN. But he can let the national audience know he would us.
It'll be evil James once I shave off my beard. If we go back to older stuff and I have the goatee versus not having the goatee.
Are you completely shaving?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna take it all off for at least for a couple
dude,
of
you're
days.
gonna look so different.
Well,
you look so young when you shave.
Yeah, but I'm not young. That's what
I understand.
I should take guesses here, like how old do you think I am today, and then how old do you think I am once I shave?
I love that idea.
Yeah,
that is a fantastic.
You guys go ahead and guess how old I am today, and then
is tomorrow the day? Are you shaving? So can you shave Friday? So for your Friday appearance?
Oh no, I'm gonna shave it and keep it clean. Yeah,
smooth shaven.
Yeah, but
James
we'll see. Well, yeah, we'll see if it's Friday or if it's Monday. I might have to dip out on Friday. So one of those days.
Monday. See, no, you're not fooling me. I know what you're doing. You want to get to Monday because that gets you through all of the home games, and then you've got 2 weeks to grow it back before you have to be in front of the Kings again, because you know they're going to say something to you.
I don't know. It's only been like a year and a half. I mean, I've covered this team forever.
Huh?
So, I
Okay.
mean, when I covered this team, De'Aaron Fox had spiky hair.
He did. He did. And that baby face, he still kind of has that baby face, though. Harrison Barnes, I meant to point this out earlier when we were playing that clip from Sean Cunningham. Harrison was kind of animated in his Harrison. you post some great like your post game videos from the press room. Harrison, Kings won by 40. Harrison is very deadpanned, just nothing. Like you get nothing from him. He was rather animated in that discussion earlier in that video we aired of with Sean Cunningham, where he's talking about in light of recent events, I'm not really sure how those guys are gonna get greeted at the Golden One Center. But hey, it's not just another game. Like we know what it is. Like we recognize this. But normally he's very just dry, deadpan. He seemed to have a little emotion. And I think that was, you obviously weren't there, so I think that was video from yesterday. It's interesting to see Harrison have a little emotion in his comments.
Yeah, the funny thing is that we've seen Harrison, like, it's so few times where he's actually been that way with us, where he's actually funny and lets his guard down a little bit. And that's talking about, like, I've been around him for a long time at this point. Like maybe I've seen him, like I did a King Central on him years ago. And I interviewed his wife, Brittany, as well. And I thought he let his guard down a little bit here and there, but he's always so buttoned up. I remember, I think it was last year, he poked his head in the door and asked all of us a question after the media session, which was funny. He was like polling the audience, and it was something silly about whether someone should sign somewhere or who was going to win a college game. It was something weird. Anyway, he does like to keep it very straight-laced, and every once in a while you get him to break down a little bit. I think he's been really, really good when he does talk this year. It's not very often, but when he does talk, he's been engaging, and he's actually been very like open, but also like being able to explain things that are sometimes complex, and kind of go around a subject that gives you more insight than what you had before. So I think he's been good.
Why does he have stretches of games where he just disappears?
I don't know.
It's a 10-year NBA veteran.
Yeah, I think it's just like there's sometimes where he doesn't assert himself. And if you're not asserting yourself at the NBA level, there's 6 other guys who are stepping on the court, 7 other guys that are like, hey, look, I'm here to shine. And they're not going to wait for you to like make sure you raise your hand and ask a question.
Was this the question that Harrison asked? Was he the one who asked if DeMarcus should get his jersey retired?
Oh, maybe he did.
I've now that that's popped up here on the screen, I vaguely remember that.
I think that's what it was. He asked that question. He did it twice where he asked us questions, but it was kind of like off the cuff, like he's walking out the door and then it popped back in like, hey, we've been having this discussion back in the back room. What do you guys think? And then he like, everyone's throwing answers at him. And then he's like, okay. And then he duck out and go back. Yeah.
So he's never popped his head back in and said, hey, the team's not going to quit. You never done that?
No.
Okay. Sorry. Bad host. I shouldn't have done that. That was not necessary. I expect Harrison to be assertive tonight. And I don't know why this happens with him. Just he goes through these lulls. I don't know if he gets pulled aside. I don't know if Mike Brown says something to him or if he just recognizes in himself, like the game, like the final buzzer goes off against Phoenix and he goes, I was 1 of 4. Oh, that's crazy. Got to fix that next game. I think Harrison is significantly more assertive tonight.
Yeah, I think so too. And I also I wonder if he looks at the stat line at all. Like I do. I always wondered, is he a guy who, because some guys are like, they're all over it.
Mm-hmm.
They know where they're at. They're looking up at the scoreboard during the game. They're trying to track where they're at. They know if they're close to a triple-double. Like I think Domantas Sabonis has no idea that he's missed a triple-double by like a rebound or an assist like 8 times this season. Like or maybe 2. I think
he did on a couple days ago against Phoenix.
Yeah, he's completely oblivious to it. He's out there just playing. He's trying to play hard. He's not like, if there's any way he could have if he would have known he needed 1 more rebound, like he tried everything to get the offensive rebound that went to Torrey Craig anyways. Like he would have but he's not a guy who hunts stats at all. He's just a guy who stuffs a stat sheet.
I love that. We're back to caring about triple doubles.
Going back to the Rondo era.
4 and 5 years where someone averaged a triple double and no one cared. But no, it's fine. I'm glad everybody's concerned about that stat once again. I saw Luka Doncic monster triple double last night. Luka's stat line was pretty ridiculous. I think it was 41, 12, and 12, which is incredibly impressive. When you throw in 4 steals to go with that, it's like, my goodness, man. And you realize in a 116, 113 game, they needed every single point, rebound, steal. Steph having a shot. I think Clay took the last shot of the game. They needed everything to get that win. We'll come back. Your partner over at the Kings Beat. He's also with the Kings Herald, the Kings Post. Pretty much anything associated with the Kings, Brenden Nunes is a part of. And he joins us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, I feel like all of those. Sorry, I feel like all of those were called against the Warriors.
That's funny.
He's no stat ho. That's right. Shout out Morgan Reagan.
Did she say? Did she say
stat ho is a term. I haven't heard her use it as much this year. Certainly not television Morgan Reagan. Podcast yes. Morgan Reagan.
Got it.
Stat ho is one of the greatest things I think she ever created.
Leezy, Haliburton and Iman Shumpert walk into a bar and sack. Who gets more love? I think
it's a hell of a question.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a couple of years, so I'm going to say Haliburton. I don't know. That's a good question, though.
Tie? Might be a tie.
Yeah.
I don't think either one of them are paying for drinks. I'll just put it like that.
Yeah.
I don't think either one of them are. I always hate when I get a human alert at my doorbell. Like, who are you and what are you here for? Oh, hi, Amazon. That's fine.
Now you're going to make sure no one steals your Amazon package?
I live in it. I have good neighbors. It's pretty safe there. No one's going to come steal my dish soap that I ordered.
I haven't locked my front door in years. I live in that kind of neighborhood.
I wouldn't go that far, but I'm my neighbor.
Do you lock it at night?
Very rarely. And like my son's friends and our close friends, they just walk in. They don't knock.
Well, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to walk into the Hammer house.
Yeah, you just walk in anytime. You got to get through the gate first, so.
Well, figure that out when I get there.
Yeah, when all my son's buddies are back from college, it's always awesome.
Let's see. What college does your son go to?
Who, mine?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
Oh, Sierra.
That's funny. I wonder if that is something I can set up where you have to sign. Just Dr. David. Dr. David has to sign for his hoodie. I love that. I love that Dr. David has bought a ton of merchandise from us, and he never gets to wear it because his wonderful family takes it from him. We should probably do a sale. I think I'll do something next week just to ensure delivery, because I think we're nearing the time we're gonna run out of time for stuff to get there before Christmas. So I think we'll do something like next week, because normally it's like 12 to 14 days or so it takes stuff to get there, particularly hoodies. T-shirts get there a little bit quicker. Hoodies take about 12 to 14 days. Oh, dear.
What's that?
Florida quarterback Jalen Kitna, son of former NFL quarterback John Kitna, arrested and charged with multiple child pornography counts.
Oh, that's not good. Man, I haven't heard the name John Kitna in a long time.
Well, it's good to see Florida hasn't changed. That university. Goodness gracious.
Yikes. More knee irritation for McCaffrey.
It's what we're getting, huh? Knee irritation.
And it's up in the air whether he'll play this weekend. Eesh, even though they don't have Elijah.
Man. Brutal. Brutal. Oh, that's what's up, Brian Cruz. I think that cursive hoodie is one of the script hoodies, one of the dopest that we have. I just ordered my sensational hoodie. I didn't have mine's on the way. That's a good idea, Brian. The Kitnas and the Favres can rot in prison together. That's funny. I don't know why that's funny, though.
All three of James's boats are on the water, Eric B., just so you know. And they're not my boats. Like, not all three. Well, 2 of the 3 are my boats. One's my son's. And I don't drive the other boat.
I love the gimmick is that as just the months go by, James has more boats.
Yeah. That I do get razzed for my boat, my collection of boats.
D'Lo and Casey should drop their Spotify Wrapped. I would, Kyle G, but I don't use Spotify. I'm a man of convenience. So I have like the Apple Premiere package that gives me like music and the iCloud space and Apple TV and stuff like that, and Apple News. Go home portion here of D'Lo and KC as we gear up for the game of a lifetime tonight at the Golden One Center. Brenden Nunes set to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. The Sacramento Kings will take on the Indiana Pacers tonight. And when you, as we were attempting to discuss through all of my sarcasm, if you just get rid of the opponent's name, this is a game the Kings need to win simply because of the point in the season that they're at. They've dropped 3 straight. They're headed out. They've got a road game in Los Angeles this weekend and then a home game against Chicago on Sunday. And then they have a 6-game road trip out east following that. So taking the Pacers and Tyrese Haliburton out of the equation, this is a really big game for the Sacramento Kings in terms of keeping pace with the rest of the Western Conference as we welcome in your partner over at the Kings Beat. He's with the Kings Herald. He's with the Kings Pulse. He's probably with the Kings Court. He's probably with anything involving the Kings. Brenden is a part of it. We welcome in Brenden Nunes. Brenden, I've been anxious all day to ask you, how are your emotions today? Tyrese Haliburton, your guy, you know, the first player that you really had like a connection with, like he's back. He's back in Sacramento tonight, and I'm curious how your emotions are doing.
I mean, I'm definitely excited to see how it goes. Thanks for having me on, by the way, guys. First of all, always good talking to the both of you. I'm excited for the game. I think that obviously Tyrese is a turn. They all try to downplay it a little bit. We got to talk to Domas, Tyrese, and Buddy this morning at shoot around, and all of them say it's just another game, but I'm not buying it. I think it's something that, probably helps to tell themselves that to keep them calm and not do too much. But I'm excited, man. I think that the back and forth of Fox and Tyrese should be fun, and you throw Davion in there too. There's a lot of storylines I think that also are maybe getting a little overshadowed, like Miles Turner and Sabonis going back and forth for the first time. We also get Keegan Murray and Benedict Mathurin, I think is an interesting matchup. So I'm definitely excited to see Tyrese again. I enjoy watching him play basketball as much as anything. And I think tonight should be a fun one.
I do want to point out, James, before you jump in there, he's excited to see Tyrese. He's not excited to see Buddy because he gets to see Buddy every day, as there is a Buddy Hield cutout directly behind him.
Oh, no, that's Jemias. That's our friend Jemias.
Is Jemias Ramsey.
Oh, it is. I guess I need a different prescription of glasses. I thought that was.
Well, I know that because he's usually in the background. Jemias is always watching.
It's very nice.
Yeah,
that is a collectible unlike any other. A Jemias Ramsey cutout.
My Robert Woodard one is tucked away somewhere too.
Probably collecting fouls.
Yeah.
Lifting weights, collecting fouls.
Probably.
Playing the bass guitar.
That Bob Woodard cutout is about 275 pounds right now.
Yeah. He's still playing I think he's playing in the G League.
Good for him.
I think he's on Austin Spurs, and I think Jemias is on the OKC Blue.
All right. Brenden, you got to spend some time. I had to bolt. I didn't get to go talk to Buddy and Tyrese. Just what was the feel? Because I saw a lot of like straight face and like we're just here to. But like overall, what was your feel? And how were you greeted by Tyrese? Was he like when the cameras weren't rolling? Was he cool with you guys?
Yeah, he kind of said hi to everybody that was there. I asked him how he thinks he's progressed on defense since his time in SAC and got a little chuckle out of him there. I think at first him, Domas, and Buddy all were, like you said, kind of straight-faced and just downplaying it as if it's just another game. But I think as kind of the conversation went on, that you started to see, obviously, there is a little bit more for some of these guys. I think that they both are just enjoying being back in the city that they spent a lot of time in. I think they had the day off yesterday and both kind of hung out with some people here. Tyrese said he had dinner with Harrison Barnes and Chimezie Metu and a handful of other people as well. So I think that they're enjoying kind of just being back in an area, their old stomping grounds. And, there's feelings about being traded, but getting the typical, there's nothing I could have done about it, and just focusing on getting wins here now. So it actually wasn't quite as much of a, like, I thought there would be jokes or maybe some jabs from Tyrese, and we didn't really get much of that. Yeah. So kind of downplaying it, but I'm not really buying it.
That's on the next episode of the JJ Redick podcast.
Right. Right.
He'll make it. Okay. So I'll just say this. So everyone's lying except Harrison. Harrison's the only one who has absolutely nothing to do with this deal whatsoever. He's the only one being honest about it. That's fine. Just remember that. All these straight face, well, it's just another game. It's basketball. You could tell this was a talking point in the Pacers locker room, because Tyrese and Buddy said the same exact thing, damn near verbatim. Oh, it's basketball. We're just here to play basketball. Meanwhile, the day before, Harrison is like, yeah, we know what time it is. Like, we know what's going on. Yeah, of course this isn't just another game. But Brenden, the thing we were pointing out is, you take the Pacer stuff out of it, the Tyrese stuff out of it, the Buddy stuff out of it. This is a game. You want to break it down to what Tyrese and Buddy were talking about? This is a basketball game. This is a basketball game because of where the Kings are in their season, that they need to win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've kind of been one to understand these last 3 losses. Like, I think that obviously the second night of a back-to-back, when you're going from Memphis to Atlanta, I thought they looked really tired outside of Malik and Trey Lyles. And I think that that's not a coincidence, considering those 2 guys didn't play much the night before in Memphis. And then Boston and Phoenix, I mean, that's the 2 best teams in their respective conferences. So as much as, obviously would have loved for Sacramento to come out on top on some of those games, I think they were competitive, and those are ones I'm willing to accept is, just a little reality check from that 7-game win streak of, we're not talking about a contending team here. I think they're good, but they don't match up with a Boston and Phoenix as of right now. And on the right night, maybe they can, but it wasn't those nights. When it comes to Indiana, they've played a lot better than people expected, obviously, throughout the course of this year, 12-8. But I think that this is still a team that the Kings should be better than. I think Miles Turner is typically the type of guy that Sabonis does well against. I think James was mentioning this yesterday. I think like the more shot blocking guys that don't have that much weight on them, Domas usually does a pretty good job of being aggressive. And that was one of the things he mentioned today is, I think it was you, James, that asked him about being more aggressive. If that's something he's looking to do. And he acknowledged that he is. So I think it's one of these matchups where the Kings really got to get out of this. I don't even know if I want to call it a slump, because like I said, they're playing good teams, but I guess it could fall into a slump if this gets to 4 with a loss to Indiana. So it's even outside of all the storylines, and there's a handful of them, like we talked about, like you're saying, it's a pretty big game for both teams.
Brenden, what's your prediction on how they'll be received tonight, Buddy Hield and Tyrese Haliburton? Do you think it'll be universal between the two? Do you think one will hear louder cheers or louder boos than the other? Like, what's sort of your gauge?
I think that Tyrese gets cheered. That one I don't have very many questions about, and maybe I'm wrong for that. I know Tyrese has had a lot of comments, and there's definitely people that feel a type of way about that, but I tend to kind of think that's a little bit more vocal minority, and everything we see on Twitter isn't the same as everybody that's in the stadium, as I've kind of come to notice more and more. So I think that Tyrese will get a nice ovation. And I would imagine that Buddy does the same. I think that maybe people soured on Buddy a little bit more so towards the end of his tenure in Sacramento. Maybe those last 2 years, he had a couple moments that people didn't love. And I think it just got he was a little agitating to watch sometimes. And I think I understand that. But I would still imagine a guy that spent that much time in Sacramento would get cheers. Yeah, I mean, are you expecting both these guys to get cheers, James?
I think both should. I asked Damian earlier if you think there'll be tribute videos, and he but I mean, Buddy Hield is the all-time leader in 3-point makes for this team.
It's great,
more than Peja Stojakovic.
It's great.
He spent like 5.5 seasons here, right? Is that what it was?
It's fine.
He aged 7.5 seasons.
He went from 5 years to 6 years just in the clip that we played earlier. I have no clue now how long Buddy was here for.
Okay, he's part of the 2016 trade, so 17. Yeah, 6.5 years, I think.
Okay.
Roughly.
He seemed to be unsure. That's fine. I don't care. I don't. Whatever's running through your mind right now, I don't care. He does not need a tribute video.
I'm expecting a tribute video.
I would too, actually. Like
You
James
two
is
are
saying,
you two are ridiculous.
league
You know,
leader in
if the
franchise
Kings don't-
threes.
If the Kings don't do it, I'm sure Leo will do it.
I don't have. I've got. I'm not doing. I got nothing. I got nothing. I'm not going to war with every media member.
He's already got his. He's like stretching out over here. He's ready to go to war tonight. Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Okay. Damn, James.
That's a long time to spend with a team, man. I think he's gonna get a tribute video. I'm just saying.
All right. Fine. A freaking tribute video. For goodness sakes. What's in the video?
I don't know.
Buddy ball call game?
Yeah.
Still no explanation as to what the hell that means, but it's fine. You got that. You got the shot in Detroit.
Run, buddy, run. It's such a great call. I love it, though. I don't know if it makes sense, but I don't care.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Run,
it's very
buddy,
catchy. And
run.
it's very easy to remember.
Yes.
What else is on this video? 3-point contest?
Oh, yeah. So
Yeah.
you get that. Yeah.
There's another game winner tip in Denver, I believe.
Isn't that the buddy ball call game? Isn't that the tip in?
I don't know. I hope
The-
they
they-
at
no,
least,
Might be.
I hope they at least have them saying it be like that sometimes.
Oh,
At least once.
all right.
Facts.
Maybe a tribute video. Oh, that'll
Facts.
happen. Are they flashing the Halloween picture up on the screen?
No. Jason will turn his computer around and just show it off.
For the crowd.
Show everyone.
Yeah.
All right.
Boy, that got out of
Maybe-
hand quickly.
maybe.
Damien, are you someone that's unsure of Buddy's reception?
No, because I'm with you. And I'll point this out. You know, you own your things that you're just wrong about. I didn't think Marvin was going to get booed. And I thought the crowd, I didn't think the crowd was going to be indifferent, but I didn't think they were going to boo him when he touched the ball. That felt excessive. And my rationale behind that was always, and I'm so sorry. I don't mean to diminish the young man this way. I was just like, wasn't that important to this? Like, it's a missed draft pick. Like, I understand that, but like, this isn't Kevin Durant. This isn't LeBron James. This isn't, you're going to focus your attention for an entire game on Marvin?
I was surprised by that.
I didn't think that would be the case. I don't think Tyrese or Buddy gets booed. I think there will be boos. There will be people or pockets of people who do, but I think you'll have to work really hard to notice them. At the same time, I don't think it'll be a rousing ovation. I think they'll get applauded. And then you keep it moving. And then I think I could see Buddy turning the ball over and the Golden One Center erupting. That could be the loudest cheer of the night. If Buddy sends a pass, into Kings Row 2, I think the Golden One Center will pop for that more than anything else in the starting lineup.
Okay. But, I think if
I will boo a tribute video, though. Let that be clear. If Scott Moak says, I'd like to direct your attention to
booing.
Oh, that will be. They say no cheering in the press box. Well, that's fine. I'll boo in the press box.
That's amazing.
Are you surprised by how quickly Tyrese has ascended in Indiana?
Somewhat, but I think there were a lot of signs of it during his last stretch with the Kings too. De'Aaron went out for a while. He was putting up big numbers. I do think also it was probably really good for Tyrese to get moved to Indiana, because one of the big skepticisms with him when it came to his ceiling, I thought, was just there were games where he was passive, like you're seeing single-digit shot attempts. And I think when you're thrust into a role where you're asked to be the guy and there's no questions about that it kind of helped him expand out of that a bit. So I think maybe how quickly it's come along in terms of their team success with Tyrese being the best guy has been surprising. But the extent of how quick Tyrese has put it together. But I think there were a lot of flashes towards the end of his tenure in SAC where you could see that, okay, this guy probably is going to be an all-star at some point.
Yeah, this year.
Maybe.
He's going to be an all-star this year.
Probably. Probably.
I mean, he's leading the league in assists.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I could see though if they roll into the All-Star break, 8, 9, 10 games under 500, then
I don't think that's happening, though. I don't think that's happening.
I'm not sure. Again, I didn't think it was going to happen that the Utah Jazz would collapse like this.
So, do you think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander makes it?
Oh, he's going to have a shot.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like Oklahoma City, they might be 8 or 9 games below 500 or more. He's going to make the All-Star team. It's going
to be tough, though. It's going to be tough.
All right.
I mean, statistically, does he deserve it? Sure, but you got to win games at some point.
I think he's the most beloved player on the planet right now. They're going to get Tyrese in the All-Star game. If for no other reason, well, let's stick it to the Kings and put Tyrese in there. We couldn't give De'Aaron Fox Player of the Week without giving it to Tyrese Haliburton too. So, it would be great if the NBA really wants to build this up as a WrestleMania main event. Put them both in the All-Star game. De'Aaron for the Kings, which both have a very likelihood of happening, or both have a strong chance of happening. I think Tyrese is very, very likely. I think De'Aaron obviously has to pick it up a little bit, but he's got a chance this year as well. They both hit the All-Star game. Hey, look at how great this trade worked out for everybody.
I think today's a pretty big game for De'Aaron too, and that goes beyond it being Indiana. I think this could be a handful of different teams right here, and I'd feel the same way. But he's been in a little bit of a slump. He was limited at practice the other day just for general aches and pains or general soreness, for a quick Jimmy Butler shout out. I think that this is he kind of needs to have another night like what we had seen, and this not to be an extended slump, and that it was just a tough road trip. He was kind of getting beat up. So I think it's a pretty big night for De'Aaron, not only to go against Tyrese, but to kind of get out of this slump and show that it's not going to keep extending.
Brenden, I want to ask, what do you think Davion, he's got to be licking his chops, because him and Ty have this little battle behind this, a fun battle. They were like brothers, going into the All-Star, getting ready for All-Star weekend last year, where they're going to, play in the rookie sophomore game. But then, of course, the trade happens right at the last second. What do you think he'll do against both Buddy and Ty out there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's big to know someone's tendencies. I think that was one of the things that Ty mentioned is, the offense is super different. They did a lot of spread pick and roll when he was here in Sacramento. So the offense is very different. It's not like they're going in knowing each other's schemes, but I think there is an advantage to knowing guys' tendencies. And I think Davion specifically as a defender, having that insight into these guys and just how aggressive he is and so much of a ball hound. If he gets assigned to Buddy, to me, that's a couple turnovers right there. We'll see what happens with Ty. Ty does a pretty good job of taking care of the ball. But I think that he's totally going to be hounding these guys. I think that Davion's been playing really well recently. I was a little surprised he got pulled at the end of that Phoenix game. He was doing the best job, I thought, on Booker, covering anyone. So I think that Davion's been playing well, and knowing the tendencies of those guys that you're probably going to be assigned against, I think would be a pretty decent advantage for somebody that studies and prepares in the way he does.
Studying and preparing, I want to shift back, if you don't mind, for a second to De'Aaron Fox, because you had an opportunity to talk to Luke Laux recently for a piece you did over at the King's Herald. And Luke has been credited greatly with what we've seen from De'Aaron Fox this season. What were your takeaways from your conversation with Coach Luke Laux?
Yeah, Luke was great. Super easy to interact with, and was more than happy to talk to me and did all the heavy lifting from there. I think that the big things for De'Aaron are one of the first standouts to me was him talking about growing a trust in everybody next to him. And Luke said that Steve Kerr had a saying that he used to always say to KD, that the ball finds the best players. And Coach Laux said that he didn't think that De'Aaron believed that because it hadn't in years prior. And I think that coming to believe that now and trusting all the guys next to you and just the offensive scheme that's in place. And obviously that's why that 7-game win streak was also so big. I think just helping with the buy-in and seeing the vision that the coaching staff has laid out, that it does a good job, of my mind, optimizing all of these guys. But then the specifics of De'Aaron's jumper, we're seeing guys go over screens now, which is just a testament to how well he's been knocking down shots this year. And that opens up everything for him. And there were 3 main things that they wanted to focus on throughout the course of this offseason. De'Aaron already knew he wanted to work on his jumper, was trying to coordinate with the previous staff and figure out who was going to be left over so they could get out to San Diego and start working with them. And then once Coach Laux was brought onto the staff pretty quick, he and Jordy Fernandez were, I believe, the first 2 calls for Mike Brown. Laux comes over and gets assigned to De'Aaron, and the 3 focuses were shot selection. De'Aaron's got the most wide open attempts, which is a defender not within 6 feet by about 9%, I think it was, of his total attempts. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but he's getting a lot of open looks, and that's a credit to everything else as well. All the changes around him, coaching staff, players, Sabonis is obviously a really big part in that. But I think that he's being more conscientious of taking good shots and not feeling like he needs to force as often. And the 2 specifics of his form are holding his follow through and then his balance. Coach Laux was saying that he often felt like De'Aaron was jumping backwards or leaning backwards on his jumpers, and naturally should be leaning forward. And that combined with the not following through led to shot being a little flat sometimes and the arc not being there. So I think just countless reps that they've put in of form shooting and getting used to, playing with the style of Sabonis, of a hit and hand back sort of thing. So it's just a lot of reps. And I think it's big credits to Coach Laux, obviously, and De'Aaron for going through that.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
It was a really great piece.
It was, Brenden.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, everyone.
We didn't even talk about it on the podcast. I don't even know. We just ignored your piece on the podcast and, focused more on movies you haven't seen and apologies.
Hot dog, condiments, and yeah.
Yeah, you seem to have a weird nickname that I'm not confident should make the radio.
I'd rather not call it my nickname,
He's got a nickname.
Well, it's. I thought, okay, all right, but I don't know what goes over. It's like the Kings beat after dark over there. I don't know what's going on there.
I've been trying to stick with HBK, but apparently this other one is more catchy. I don't know.
Oh, we've had Brendy Bear. Now we've got this new one.
Oh, we're going through them.
Well, we got this new one. We'll just let that one live on.
Leave that one there.
We'll just let that one live on youtube.com/ESPN1320. That one can live in the chatty house. Overall, are you, I assume, you happy with the way the Kings have played so far, or do you feel like they've left a couple out there?
Yeah, I've been happy. I think that figuring out what the ceiling of this team is has kind of been an up and down ride throughout the course of this. I think that their offenses look phenomenal, and I'm still kind of feeling like these last 3 games are outlier shooting, but I could very quickly be proven wrong, because how many outliers can you have in a row until that word just does not fit anymore? I think that they're a good shooting team, but I hope that sticks around. But I think that as much as we've seen the offense be proven, I think that we've also seen substantial moments of the defense being still really bad. Like, there's a lot of progress that needs to be made there. I keep going back to the last year's Atlanta team that was second in offense and still bottom 5 in defense. They ended with, I want to say it's 43, 44 wins, 9th in the East. They win the play-in and then go on to lose 4-1 in the first round. Like, in my mind, that's still kind of what we're talking about here. But there's a chance that the defense continues to take steps up. But I think that with the way that this roster is constructed, it's difficult in my mind to see them being out of the top 10. But that's the big X factor to me right now.
Yeah, everything seems to be rolling. They've hit a little bit of a, speed bump here in the last 3 games. But like, you've seen the players, it does look like this, and it feels like it's just a momentary. The team ran themselves into the ground, right? That's what it kind of, and the schedule kind of got them.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like, Boston is the best team in the East. Phoenix is the best team in the West. And I think that in itself, like, if at the beginning of the year that you said the Kings were going to go down to the wire against the Suns and be competitive for 3 quarters against the Celtics, like, I think that's really all you can ask. I think that it's typical, just a team that is still, I guess, found their identity, but working to continue to establish that and maintain it. And I think that when you're against tough defenses like that, Boston specifically, like, switched a lot, and they just kind of got out of the flow of their offense. I don't know if guys are just tired or beat up, or in that process, as you're kind of getting more and more mentally exhausted, that you start to go away from what was working. But like, when Luke Cornett, Peyton Pritchard, and Sam Hauser on the floor, and De'Aaron and Domas can't take advantage of that, that was a little bit concerning. But I think that they're playing well. I think that the spirits, to your point, James, still seem pretty high around the team. I don't think there's anything really to be concerned about. But if you lose tonight to Indiana, I think that maybe my concerns start to grow a little bit more.
Who do you think Kings win tonight? Who has the best game? Who's the reason that they won?
Probably Domas. I would say, again, I don't think that Miles Turner is a great matchup on him. Obviously, they have experience playing against one another, so I could be totally off on that. But to me, this is the type of night that Domas can really take advantage of. And, you know, it really could be De'Aaron as well. But between the two of them, I would definitely lean Domas because I think that's a pretty favorable matchup there. I also am kind of feeling like on the other end that Buddy Hield might have a big day. You know, I think that he's
going to try.
He's going to shoot a lot. So it's either going to be a mess or he's going to go crazy.
Yeah, I think Buddy is absolutely going to try to have himself a night. Brenden, great work as always at the Kings Herald and with the Kings Beat. Great work here with us. We appreciate you, my man. We'll see you at the arena.
Appreciate you guys.
Brenden Nunes right there. All things Kings. That's a good call about Domas, though. You guys have, both of you, have been kind of consistent in that Domas can, you know, to use a coach's term, they could eat tonight.
Yeah, well, I brainwashed Brenden 3 hours a week on the podcast.
That's good.
So
That's fine.
I brainwash him. So
and I'll say this now that he's turned it, dude. Brenden has gotten so good.
Yeah,
like when even his appearances with us. His stuff on the Kings Beat the podcast and his dude. Brenden is quickly emerging for me as one of just the absolute go-to guys for really great Kings content.
No, I totally agree. He's a great kid and like
unique nicknames.
Yeah,
but
right.
But really good guy.
Right when I first met him, the first thing that stood out is he's inquisitive. Like he wants to know. He asks so many questions. And so we would end up going to coffee or getting lunch after practice and stuff. And yeah, it's been fun to watch him grow.
And I strongly encourage the piece on with Luke Laux regarding De'Aaron Fox. And there's some interesting notes there from Luke Laux that Brenden was able to communicate to us. I think there is, it'll be interesting to see how everyone comes out. Because just another basketball game. It's a great line to utter when the arena's empty and you're around a bunch of media people. It's another thing when the arena is full and it's loud and you're Tyrese and your buddy and you're going to opposing locker rooms and you know that both teams are out there in full force and you really kind of get in the groove. And I think it could be a jittery first few minutes. I think it could be a rocky first part of the court. We might get a Mike Brown timeout 92 seconds into the game. It could be one of those types things.
I think it'll go a little different. I think De'Aaron Fox is going to come out. He's going to come out running.
I agree with that.
Yeah. I think he doesn't. I don't think he likes the way some of this has been framed, and it's nothing against Tyrese. It's just the whole it was Tyrese, it was traded and not Fox because Fox makes too much money. And, there were a lot of things that went around national media during that time. And I just think that he wants to put his foot down and make sure that everyone remembers that not only is Domas really good, but he's really good as well. And that this team is really good because those two are really good and they're forming a great partnership. And that partnership it came at a cost. And that cost, unfortunately, was Tyrese. But it had nothing to do with De'Aaron. It had nothing to do with Domas. It had nothing to do with Tyrese. It had everything to do with just the right move for one franchise and the right move for another franchise at the same time.
And can we not blow a big Malik Monk game? Like Malik's had 27 and 30 in 2 of the last 3 games, and both of them have been L's. You're getting that production from a player off your bench, man. You've got to take advantage of that. And it goes to what you wrote about on the kingsbeat.com yesterday and what you shared with us. Your starting lineup can't be that lackluster.
Yeah, no, the 4 of the guys in the starting lineup just haven't played well for 3 games in a row. And it's inexcusable. This team can have 2 of those guys have a rough night because they've got enough to support that. They can't have 4 of them. And I think we've seen this a couple of times where Monk has tried to will a team to victory. And that's the really nice thing about having Monk is that he's so different than all the other pieces. He doesn't need all of the screens. He doesn't need all of the help to get open. He's a guy who can create for himself, create for others. It's good to have somebody who's totally different than the system that you're playing all the time. He can play within the system, but when you need it, he can also freelance and play outside the system.
I can tell Kenny Caraway's itching to get back to work. He just texted us, Kings have to get back to making threes tonight.
Oh, yeah.
12 plus for them tonight. And for context, let's see. 9, 9, 9 in the 3 losses. Those are how many threes that they've made. 9 in all 3 games. 9 of 31, 9 of 36, 9 of 25. Their last win at the end of the win streak, Memphis, they hit 15 and 12. I see why Kenny picked the number 12. It's the lowest number of threes they've made in a win.
Well, and I can tell you, Harrison Barnes hasn't hit a 3 in the last 3 games. Kevin Huerter hit, I think he hit 4 against Atlanta, but missed his final 2. So he's missed 13 straight. And Keegan Murray again, he's just had a rough shooting like couple of weeks. But he's had, I think, 2 threes in the last 3 games. Yeah, they got to figure it out.
Yeah, they got to figure that out while simultaneously, I want to see De'Aaron Fox get to the basket.
Yeah, just keep in mind the shot blockers on this team. You're going to see him do some different stuff.
Yeah,
just because of that.
Yeah, and I don't know why. That was a talking point we had leading into the Brooklyn game.
Yeah,
Brooklyn was a shot blocking team, and it's like, okay, how is this going to affect Sacramento? It didn't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm really excited to see De'Aaron Fox against Haliburton and Hield defensively because Indiana knows that's a bad matchup for them.
Oh, with that said, I'm going back and looking at this. Kings were 20 of 41 from 3 in that game versus Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why shot blocking wasn't too big of a deal. He scored
plus
60 points on threes.
And they had to try to adjust to defend the 3, and that's what cost them. That's how the Kings got to the rim a bunch too. Yeah. It's a big game. It's a big game because it's a big game, not because Tyrese and Buddy Hield are in town.
It's a big game also because this, you could talk about Phoenix and Boston. Those are the teams that lead the conference. And then there's the Detroits and the Orlandos or whatever. Then you got Indiana, who's right there in the Eastern Conference, but right there on the same plane as Sacramento. And Indiana is looking at this like, yo, if we're going to be serious this year, we've got to go out and beat a team like Sacramento, who's on the same plane that we are. Sacramento, the same thing. Yo, Indiana's right there where we are. In fact, we're 1 game above 500. They're 4 games above 500. We need to go get them and prove that we can, we can compete we can win on a night in, night out basis.
Yeah, and I think the stat is still like the Kings are 3-8 now against teams that are 500 or better. They know that.
Not good, Bob. I think that's the
not
line you
good,
give
Bob.
me. Yeah, once in a while. I'm sure it's from a movie. I don't know what it's from, but I know it's not good.
From Mad Men.
Oh, Mad Men. I've never watched Mad Men.
Oh, you would love that.
I know I would. Like, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
I know I'd love it, and I've never gotten to it.
Yeah, there's a character that gets a little frustrated on occasion. Yeah. And
Could I relate to that character? Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean that's what he. Someone says to him, "That's not great, right?" He's like, "No, that's not great, Bob."
Oh, that's terrific. Well, I'm excited for the game tonight. I know everyone is excited for the game tonight.
50 Cent, he's excited. I'm sure he'll be in the house.
Yeah, I mean, he's here. Why wouldn't he be? We knew he was going to come out. I mean, 50 Cent isn't a halftime concert guy, so it's not like he's going to be doing in the club or something at halftime. But
you don't think he's going to roll out there and hit?
Well, I don't think so.
He's got a partnership with the Kings. I'm not.
Yeah. I've never tried that. I'm brand loyal, obviously, to our people at McQueen and Luke Belair and all of that stuff. And I've never tried the line that he's put out. But
Yeah.
I know him, and I know the Kings have partnered with it, so I'll have to try it. But yeah, 50 will be in the building tonight. Hopefully, there's no awkward Drake-like moments after the game with 50 Cent. It was all smiles at shoot around today. It was all seriousness on the Indiana side with Buddy and Tyrese returning to the arena. But we'll be here to break it down tomorrow. I believe the working plan is, and again, he just texted us moments ago, so I think he is itching to get back. But the working plan is for Kenny Caraway to return. James Ham is tired of sitting and talking with me 4 hours a day, which I completely understand. But we appreciate you, James. Thanks as always.
Thanks, man. Hopefully Kenny writes his the return in the Players Tribune.
I hope he does.
Yeah.
Yeah. I doubt it. He's got great penmanship. Maybe he'll just write a note.
There we go.
About his return.
The return.
Head over to thekingsbeat.com. Become a premium subscriber over there. I know you're working hard. I believe you got a verbal commitment on the next happy hour. Those are just events you absolutely don't want to miss, but you can only be a part of them if you're a premium subscriber over at thekingsbeat.com. You can check out the Kings Beat podcast wherever you get podcasts as well, just as you can check out the D'Lo and KC podcast. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Be back here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Boy, those last 2 minutes can take a long time sometimes because you can't really dive into a new topic, but
yeah, you're kind of hung up.
Run out of stuff to say. So you just kind of linger out there in the universe.
Okay, so people, the 3-boat thing that I'll just explain. Me and my wife, we have a pontoon boat because we live on a private lake we live on Lake of the Pines. We got my son a speedboat during the pandemic because not a super expensive speedboat, but a speedboat because he's 16, 17 years old and him and his friends had nothing to do. So we got a speedboat and they take the speedboat out. And then my son built a pontoon boat with my dad for his senior project. So while they act like I have 3 boats and I'm independently wealthy, that is not in fact the case. I have 2 boats my son has, but really my 19-year-old has 2 boats and I have 1. But that's all.
Sounds like 3 boats to me.
Yep. They work really well as a big party barge. Like we tie them together and like float. Yeah.
The ham boat, the ham yacht.
It's a party up there. It's a party.
It's the ham yacht. All right, guys, we're going to sign off because we've got to get in the car.
Oh yeah, I got to drive to the game.
We appreciate you guys so much. Have a great rest of your day. Hit the thumbs up before you go and the subscribe buttons. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.